you should already know what this is. And for those of you that aren't, just chill. See, we're going to get down to the other stuff here in a second. But what I'm always trying to get everybody to understand is everything is vibration. So, before we do anything else, just vibe. Just let it seep in. I'd like to welcome you to some Scorpio Sun, Leo Moon vibrational therapy. Yeah. Everything is vibration. Make sure you hit the like button as you come in the door. And in doing so, understand this is not about ego. Oh no. This is about algorithm. This just helps us expand the platform. That way, if you're not trying to hear what I'm trying to say, at least we can get out to the next motherfucker who is. Just vibe. We're going to take just a few minutes and let a few more people trickle in. And then we're going to get down to the nitty gritty. Now today, that means we're going to touch on the transits and elaborate on the aspects that might be affecting you. But then after that, we're going to get into the price list, top 5 most toxic placements in astrology. And look, if you haven't smiled yet today, now would be the perfect time to do so. And if you can't find a smile for yourself, please allow me to be the smile on your face. Because at the end of the day, all I am is the smile on your face. All I am is the motherfucking vibe. And everything is vibration. There's going to be several definitions to this toxicity. I'll explain it when I get to the placements. Just chill. Yeah. Everything is vibration. The moon is in Leo. Welcome to the show. Let my mane hang. Some of y'all can barely maintain. Yeah, I'm a banana. You're a plain tame. Ain't nothing about me ever plain Jane. You and I would never be the same thing. It's Friday. Just fine. Make sure you hit the like button as you come in the door. And in doing so, understand this is not about ego. No, this is about algorithm. That just helps us expand the platform. That way, if you're not trying to hear what we're trying to say, at least we can get out to the next motherfucker who is. Now, before I go any further, let me address this. Edo Lamb says, Moon and Leo got that dignity and respect for themselves. They got foolish pride and ego. Exaggerated ego. And they extra. Don't come in here lying on my live stream. Don't do that. You might be a Leo moon, or you might know some Leo moons, but no. And my mama was a Leo moon, and my grandmother was a Leo moon, and they were awesome people, cool as a motherfucking catfish. But extra, exaggerated, egotistical, dramatic, all of that shit. Yeah, I know it. So don't come on my live stream lying, all right? And before I go any further, I need everybody to smile right motherfucking now. All right? Let that Leo moon put on the show. You dig? Where do I want to take it next? I'm not sure. Let's take it to the Audemars.
JP Productions.
Luca Badrov. I just so happen to be one of the coldest professional astrologers in the whole motherfucking world. You know, Lamb, every placement has a positive side, but every placement has a negative side. And the Leo moon's negative side can be exaggerated. Like I said, my mother, who I love and has been a martyr for me, is a Leo moon. My grandmother, one of those most amazing and engaging and entertaining and fun and genuine people I've ever dealt with, was also a Leo moon. But they're also extra, toxic, egotistical, exaggerated, dramatic. Put your ego to the side. We'll talk about it more in just a second. What's up, my Janine? We'll get into it in just a few minutes, but first. That acoustic.
JP Productions.
Oh, baby. I love that beat right there. We'll get to the astrology in just a minute. But first, the vibe is the most important part. See, the knowledge comes naturally. We already tapped in. So when it comes to astrology and numerology, I'm going to put you down. But first we got to set the tone. See, for those of y'all that are not already acquainted, this is priceless knowledge of self. We are the Vibe Tribe. There are thousands of us all over the world. So that means we're not thirsty for subscribers. No, we're not hungry for attention. Nah. We're here to raise this vibration with knowledge and information. So we're going to talk about astrology and numerology and all types of stuff that helps you understand yourself and energy better and thus raise that vibration. So if it ain't for you, swipe up, bitch. Because if you come in on some troll shit or some fuck shit, either myself or my constituents, meaning my moderators, are going to ban you immediately. I'm talking about exile you expeditiously. And it has nothing to do with hate because that's what you're doing. No, this is out of love. As I just stated, we have a vibration to maintain, and that's the most important part. The knowledge comes naturally. We're going to get to that. And so, if you need to show your ass in full Leo moon fashion, do it on your own time. This is my show. You hear me? If you can't handle this vibe, if you're not trying to learn nothing, all you got to do is swipe up, bitch. Shout out to Beats by Bless Zone Out Music. Now, before we even go there, hold up. Taman Al Ku, you said, hello, brother. You just finished a 10-year sentence 2 weeks ago and came back home. Any advice for coming back to clean life? You got to separate yourself from your old lifestyle. As somebody who also did a dime and came out here, you have to change everything. And you missed a whole bunch of people, and people seem like they missed you. And there's a lifestyle that you idealized when you were in there. You got to kill all that shit. You got to kill all those idealizations that you created of the free world when you was gone. And what you got to do is come out and make something better for yourself. But that also requires you to separate yourself from the lifestyle that you were previously indulging in. That's the truth. I did a 10-year sentence myself. And I came out and started fucking up for the first few years. But it took me moving away from my hometown. It took me separating from that complete lifestyle, including the people that I used to fuck with. Yeah, I know you cool, and we'll always have love for each other. But if you're trying to do something different, you got to do something different. You dig? You got to get the fuck away from that bullshit. And so that's what I did. I changed my mindset. I changed my setting. You know, just like when you're doing psychedelics, there's one thing they're going to tell you. They're going to say set and setting. What that means is you have to have a mindset. You have to have the appropriate mindset in order for you to appropriately handle psychedelics. But you also need to be in the appropriate setting. See, that can apply to life also. When it comes to life, you need to remember the set and setting. It's the mindset. You got to change that mindset. See, you've been hearing all the motherfuckers lie in there and idealize this lifestyle. You've been idealizing what the free world is and what it's going to be for you. And then when you come out and it's a disappointment, you kind of fall back into the old negative ways. And then some of us were actually glorifying things. See, before I go into everything else, let me say, when I was in there, I'm hearing everybody talk about how on they was and how much money they was having, and they were glorifying this lifestyle that had led them into there. But something in that led me to start glorifying that lifestyle. I said, hey man, when I get out, I got to do it better than I did it before. I got to do it bigger. I got to do it better. I'm bigger and I'm better. Right? And so all I did was set myself up for failure. And so ultimately what I ended up having to do was, when I came home, I realized that I immediately fell back into this idealized version that I had created for myself and for that lifestyle. And so for me, It's learning through trial and error, because I went back on a violation. I did all that time, came out, fell back into the lifestyle, went back on a violation. And then finally, I had to move away from that. I had to move away from that. All right? And so once I moved, once I changed my mindset and I had this spiritual awakening, everything changed for me. Because I realized I was glorifying all the wrong things. Fucking around with multiple women. Being a player the way that I've always been a player. That's something that I idealized. My status in the hood as far as being an OG and the respect that I was receiving from the streets, that was something that was more important to me than the respect that I had created for myself inside of myself. I developed principles and morals. And so it just took a little bit for me to realize that I had created this idealized version. And so getting out really took for me to change my mindset and then change the setting. You did. Because when I went in there, I was young. And like I said, I just felt like, nah, when I get out, I'm going to have some money for real. When I get out, I'm going to be fucking with some females for real. Oh, everybody that I didn't hit before, I'm coming out, I'm swole. I'm live. When I get up out of there, man, it's on. Instead of me getting out and realizing all of the things that I had missed and realizing that all that shit was stupid. It was fucking stupid. All right? Now, look. Somebody just said, am I Pyru? Hell nah, cuz. But let me also say, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. I'm here to help you with this knowledge. This is priceless knowledge of self. We are the Vibe Tribe. If you need it, I'm here for you. But let me reiterate one more time before we go any further. This is priceless knowledge of self. I'm trying to help you understand yourself better. We are the Vibe Tribe. There are already thousands of us all over the world. We're not thirsty for subscribers. We're not hungry for attention. No. We're here to raise the vibration with knowledge and information. And it ain't gonna be for everybody. Some of y'all ain't gonna be able to get it. All right? Because we're gonna talk about astrology and numerology and all types of stuff that help us understand ourselves and energy better and thus raise the vibration. So once again, if it ain't for you, swipe up, bitch. Because as you come in on this troll shit and this fuck shit, either myself or my moderators are going to ban you immediately. I'm talking about exile you expeditiously. And it has nothing to do with hate. No, this is love. When you come in hating, you separate yourself from this lovely vibration. So you'll be able to observe, you just won't be able to participate. But you excluded yourself. It all has to do with the vibe. If you want to tell jokes, you want to clown, what you should do is go start your channel, right? And then we'll come tap into your channel and turn your shit up. So, it'll be all right. I'm just here to help you. If you can't handle it, swipe up. Now vibe. Shout out to Beats by Bless Zone Now Music. This is called Swipe Up, bitch. Let it seep in.
Perfect.
Run them numbers up, thank you. We're gonna get to the other stuff just in a second. need everybody to hit that super sticker, that super thanks, that super chat. That's the little money symbol tab right there in the comment section. Hit that, because we're about 20-something dollars from our quota for the month, and we need to hit that today. I appreciate the CashApp love, Ezekiel. Thank you so much. You know I needed that. But for us to hit the quota, it has to be given on YouTube, through YouTube. I appreciate the love and support, though. We're finna get into the astrology in just a minute, because we're gonna take just a few minutes to let a few more people trickle in. And then we're gonna get down to the nitty-gritty. Now today, the nitty-gritty is gonna consist of us touching on the transits and elaborate on the aspects that might be affecting you. But then after that, we're gonna get into the PrIcElEs top 5 most toxic placements in astrology. Nabs and Nazir, you said you would destroy this beat, but what would you be riding in the beat? You be on them hi-hats? You be on that bass line? The snares? Look, the sun is still in Scorpio. You dig? And so, this can be an intense time. There is a certain darkness that creeps in. So, if you're in a dark place, please allow me to be your beacon. This is the last vibe before we get into what's going on astrologically. I definitely need the session. Shoot me an email, Ezekiel. I got you. And let's run that back one more time. Let me be your motherfucking beacon in the darkness. Just fine. Give a fuck about the darkness. Just let it seep in. It's Scorpio season. You can feel the darkness starting to creep in. Yeah, I know it's intense. Ezekiel, you said Saturn is trying your natal Jupiter in the 6th house. And also the Sun and Mercury are going to hit your Jupiter. So you need to expand those blessings. Yeah. Shoot me an email and a payment. We'll set up your session for whenever you're ready. Because you already know I'm going to go in and let you know what needs to be known. Yeah. Y'all tune in. I'm about to teach you a little something about you. Yeah, man. To give a fuck about the darkness. Yeah, man. Motherfucking darkness. Are y'all ready to talk about what's going on cosmically? Let's see. First of all, let's talk about the sun. See, the sun is now sitting at 2 degrees of Scorpio. Soon to be 3 degrees. And see, for me personally, that's conjunct my Pluto at 4 degrees of Scorpio in my 1st house. So can you see it on me? This is where I wear my intensity. This is where you feel it. Now, with it being Scorpio season, this is where things become just that much more intense. Just that much more intense. Maybe even a little extreme. And I read somewhere, I don't know if it was an app or something, but I read somewhere that when the sun comes into Scorpio, people become infinitely more aware of the mystery of life. That's true. But they also become infinitely more aware of the mystery of death because they go hand in hand. And people are a lot more sensitive to the dark spaces within our own souls. But we're also more in tune with the depth of the connection that we have with other people. That shit becomes intense. And here's the thing, there is no gray area when you come into Scorpio season. It's either life or death, dark or light, love or hate, obsession or indifference. That's the one thing people leave out when they're dealing with Scorpio, but that's one of the most important energetic expressions you get with Scorpio. Obsession or indifference. Oh, man. You're gonna hear all types of fake ass motherfuckers talk about how the veil is thinner and this and this. No. No, that's bullshit. All right? That's pop culture bullshit. But people are a lot more perceptive. And we'll talk more about that when we get to Mercury. But man, people are intense, perspective, extreme, intuitive, but also sneaky, private, passionate, secretive, sexual. As I was saying in the last spiritual session, when we were talking about Scorpio energy, when the sun comes into Scorpio, you have to find some type of way to control your sexual nature without repressing it. And that's easier said than done. That's much more easier said than done. Because once you repress that, it becomes a danger to you. See, energy doesn't die, it transmutes. So if you're not appropriately channeling this energy, then it becomes something dangerous. And make no bones about it, Scorpio energy is some of the most dangerous. Yeah. It's powerful. It's so powerful. You have to find some type of way to harness it. Capricorn is more about control. But Scorpio, you have to find some type of way to harness this. Because if you can't harness it, then it comes out explosively. It's dangerous. It's sexy. It's deep. It's dark. It's intense. Yeah. It's extreme. It's magnetic, but also repulsive. It's nasty. It's all of that shit. Welcome to Scorpio season, where every day is life or death. And even though it's always been like that, you're aware of it now. This is where everything hits deeper. This is where you're either a sneaker, a hider, or a creeper. It's Friday. I'm trying to get you obsessed. I guess we're both blessed. Hit the like button if you haven't hit the like button yet. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Hit the motherfucking bell icon so you can be notified when I come out again, because I come live about 3 times a week. I have over 400 or 500 videos on every Western astrological placement, also on numerology. Not to mention, I have top 5s. I have breakdowns of the presidential race. I have breakdowns of boxing fights where I look at the astrology between fighters, and I'm never wrong. So you tuned in with one of the best. Hit the super sticker, the super thanks, or the super chat. We need about $30 more to hit our quota. Really, we need like 20, but YouTube takes their percentage, so I need about 30 for us to hit the quota through YouTube for the month. So hit that money symbol right there in the comments section and fuck with us. Join the tribal council. That's the membership here. Yeah. Anthony says I have a T-Mute chain on. Well, what you need to do is shoot something to the CashApp. We'll get the real thing. All right? Whatever makes you feel better. We will be all right. See, I have to make you feel some type of way, and I understand this is the sun in Scorpio conjunct my Pluto in my first house. There's something about me that ignites intense feelings inside of you. You see me and you either love it, you think it's sexy, or you fucking hate me. You hate me because there's something inside of yourself that feels insecure when you're in my presence, and that has something to do with you, not me, baby. See, that's the truth of it all. If you come in here on some troll shit or some fuck shit while I'm trying to teach you something about energy, that just identifies you as somebody who has something fucked up inside of yourself. You hear me? Because if you think I'm looking in this camera right now and you don't think I know that I have a motherfucking gap, if you don't think I know that my hair is luxurious, you think I don't know that my eyes are low, you done lost your motherfucking mind. See, I'm aware of everything, but I'm not insecure. I'm sorry I make you feel that type of way. But fuck you. Fuck ya. Now, let me also say, if you gotta come in talking about Diddy, does that mean that you have nothing else to talk about? Is that the most interesting thing that's happened to you, and it didn't even happen to you, it happened to somebody else? That's what everybody says these days. Diddy? Is that Diddy? Diddy? Shut the fuck up. Come with something original. Shut your dumb ass up. Right now. Look, just because you fucked up inside, that has something to do with you. Do you understand? Because like Ezekiel just said, we can help you change. That's why I'm trying to teach you about yourself. The sun is in Scorpio. That's why you feel so hateful. That's why I'm igniting those extreme feelings inside of you. You dig? You dig? Just vibe. That's a great vibe right there for what I was just speaking on. Watch. Hit the motherfucking like button as you come in the door. Yeah. I'm about to get back to the astrology. Don't think I won't. Cali Goldie. Don't think I won't. Matter of fact, I won't, but don't think I can't. You did. Let's talk about the moon. See, the moon is now at 19 degrees of Leo. So I will say this, overall, this is a pretty positive and chill vibe, but it can also be extra. People gonna be acting just a little bit extra. Your emotions are gonna get a little exaggerated. So you might see yourself showing your ass. You might find yourself throwing a fit. You might find yourself hating because there's something inside of you that feels like when somebody else is shining, it's taken away from your glow. But I'm letting you know that's a no-go. Now, when it comes to how you feel, there's going to come to a point where you're going to have to ask yourself, is this how I really feel, or am I just pandering to a motherfucking audience? Am I just showing my ass for the effect? Yeah. You probably are. You got to be careful when the moon is in Leo of just doing shit for the effect. And then the moon is square to Mercury, sextile to Jupiter, and trine to Chiron. So this is going to get dramatic, especially over the next 5 or 6 hours. It's not going to happen to everybody, but there's going to be somebody who's showing they motherfucking ass. Somebody who took things the wrong way and had an egotistical reaction to a situation. There's somebody that's going to be causing drama. Oh, yeah. With your dramatic ass. Chat. Don't show your ass. Just smile. Cause look, the moon is in Leo. I'm going to display my confidence. It's in my 10th house, so my confidence is my competence. So, your opinion is irrelevant. You did. You a cockroach, I'm an elephant. I got a trunk at least. You need to get your motherfucking mind right. Before you fuck up, cause some drama, and then you have to address things in hindsight. See, with the moon square to Mercury, and this being Leo and Scorpio, people are gonna see through the bullshit. They're not only know what the fuck you got going on, they know why the fuck you doing that dumb shit you doing. So it's no point in the bullshit. There's no point in being fake. Even if you feel ostentatious, you need to make sure that you keep your energy auspicious. Because people are going to pick up on the bullshit immediately. Because Mercury in Scorpio makes people suspicious. Yeah. Now, with the moon sextile to Jupiter, people going to be game tight. People going to be engaging and entertaining. It's going to be fun. Today is going to be one of those days that's really fucking fun. It's not going to be boring in any way, form, or fashion. But it's going to get extra. It's going to get dramatic. There's going to be some arguments. There's going to be some playfulness, some childishness. This is Leo and Gemini. This is the moon and Jupiter. So it's going to be some motherfuckers acting childish. It's going to be some people playing too motherfucking much. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be playing too motherfucking much. So fuck you. Fuck you. Hit the like button right fucking now. Welcome to the motherfucking Leo Moon Show. We're about to touch on these transits. I'm even gonna take my time to elaborate on these aspects astrologically that might be affecting you. But then after that, we're gonna get into the PrIcElEs top 5 most toxic placements in astrology. And some of y'all is on there. I guarantee it. Your stupid ass is on there. Yeah. Shout out to Rodzilla. That's actually what they call me. See, me MoSt Rodrigo. But they call me Rodzilla. They're actually waiting for me to put out the Rodcast. So shout out to Rodzilla. That's the fam. This us forever, dog. Forever. Oh, this new. Beats by Blessed on Our Music made this for today. He sent me this last night. I ain't even heard it. Shout out to Beats. Let's start over. Shout out to my bro. Beats by Blessed on Our Music. That's the vibe. I forgot what this is called. It might be Kimchi Kush or Kimchi. It's either Kimchi Kush or Kimchi Crush. I think that's what that's called, this strain. Oh, that bitch vibing beats. Hey, hit the super sticker, the super thanks, or the super chat right now. It's the least you can do. It's 40 of us in here. If you just, each one of you put $2, $3, $4, we'll get the quota in one whop, and then everything else will be to the good. I don't feel appreciated. The moon is in Leo. I don't feel special. But look, the moon is Leo is still trying to Chiron in Aries. So if you want to feel special, be special. Be the exception. It takes action. And once you are aware and you acknowledgement, then the action should come thereafter. If not, you selling yourself short. If not, you letting your motherfucking self down. Beats calls this the math ain't mathin'. Yeah. Hey, Beats, that might be my new favorite, fam. Hey, I'm fucking with my bro. For all of y'all that inquire, y'all need to get at Beats by PlAcEmEnTs music, because I have so many people that ask me about beats. Y'all need to get at him. I don't sell the beats I made, and I haven't made a new beat in years. I just play for y'all the ones that I made a few years ago. But Beats is an awesome producer, composer, musician. So y'all get up with him. I created this vibe. He's gonna curate it. Or we can look at it vice versa. He created those jams, and I'm using them to curate this vibe. I always tell y'all, in my Pisces moon imagination, I kind of imagine myself as being like Arsenio Hall back in the day, or Jay Leno, Dave Letterman, and even back when Ellen was on, they all had their little talk show, right? But they also had their band right there. And specifically the leader of the band was somebody who was prominent on their show. And so when I think about that, I think about me here doing my thing here, but Beats is the composer and the leader of the band there. You dig? So shout out to Beats by PlAcEmEnTs music. Let's zone out. Now, back to the moon being trying to Chiron and Aries. This is where you have to allow your confidence to parlay into courage and your ego. Motherfucker, I'll be damned if the world get the best of me. Sometimes ego's not a bad thing. That's what you need to survive a situation. Sometimes that's what it takes for you to stand up for yourself and say, hey, you know what? I'm proud of me and how far I've come and who the fuck I am, and I ain't gonna let nothing break me. So I'm gonna confront everything head on. See, courage is not the absence of fear. It's the confidence to keep pushing despite that fear. And the moon in Leo can give you this type of confidence, but you have to make sure it's not false bravado. You got to be careful that your spirit don't get broke, because that can happen too. The world will try to break your funky ass. Take it from somebody who's been through it. But when I say I've been through it, I got through it. In order to get through it, I had to go through it. Do you hear me? Now, let's talk about Mercury. See, Mercury is now at 18 degrees of Scorpio. So I'm gonna keep it real with you. With Mercury in Scorpio, people's thought process intensifies. And so that means they don't just want to know, they want to know the whys. They want to know what's being hidden in disguise. They don't want to know where it's going. They want to know how it flies. They want to know why you lie. People might be thinking about sex. They might be thinking about why you die. See, yeah, man, this is where people get suspicious. This is where people want to know more. They don't just want to know what's being said. They want to know what's not being said and why you're not saying it. They want to know the motive. DD. The motive. This is Mercury in Scorpio. Oh, yeah. And this can be a motherfucker. I don't want you to get it twisted. Mercury in Scorpio. It can be so investigative that it makes people uncomfortable. But I will say people do know how to hide it pretty well with Mercury in Scorpio. But I'm warning you that there's going to be some peevish probing going on behind the scenes. Motherfuckers are paying attention. Purposefully. People are deliberately letting you talk yourself into a hole. Motherfuckers be lying. But it couldn't be me, because if I was lying, I'd be dying. I'd be flying. But yeah, more than anything else, with Mercury and Scorpio, people's thought process intensifies. People are not just paying attention to what other people are saying, they're also trying to pick up on those unspoken cues. People become focused. Sometimes you can get so focused you become obsessed. This is where your trust might get put to the test. This is where you realize this ain't checkers. This chess. No rest. Now, let's talk about Venus. Because Venus is now sitting at 9 degrees of Sagittarius. And I love that for me, because my Venus is at 12 degrees of Leo. So this is going to be coming into a trine with my Venus over the next few days. So I need this type of shit. You did. But with Venus in Sagittarius, I would say the general interpretation of this is people are going to feel more adventurous when it comes to matters of love. But I want to say this is where people want to find out for real. They don't want to hear about it. They want to feel it. They want to experience it. But there's also a certain love of positivity that comes into play here. And people become restless because they want to experience more. They want to try something new. They want to see if it's better. So there is an insatiability that kicks in with this too. I will also say this is a time where you can fall in love with the philosophy. Yeah. Motherfucker, you know so much. You so motherfucking wise. That shit's sexy. That's attractive. But this is also where all of a sudden something makes sense to you to the point to where you start to believe it. This is where people can develop an exotic taste. This is Sagittarius. You might feel the urge yourself to feel something foreign. Yeah. I like that cuisine. Now, I'll also say people are gonna have strong opinions about personal truths. This is where people are gonna value experience. And it's not about the last experience. This ain't Cancer energy. No, it's about the next experience. We can push the envelope. We can do better. Yeah. We can go harder. I like that. This is Sagittarius. This is where pleasure can become a principle. This is where positivity plays a big part in everything. That's where you realize your perspective does matter. So if you're seeing the big picture and you're being able to stay positive despite the setbacks that are possible, you can really see yourself win. When you realize that you're never gonna lose, because even the lessons are blessings. Oh man, this is where you can really start to enjoy the process of it all. Yeah. We doing it now. Inside me. That one right there is live too, Beats. That's right there. That's live, chat. Shout out to Beats by PlAcEmEnTs Music. Yeah. Just fine. Make sure y'all hit the like button if you haven't hit the like button yet. Subscribe if you hadn't subscribed. Join the tribal council. Hit the super sticker, the super thanks, the super chat. We about $30 from our quota, and that's the least you can do collectively. Because this knowledge I'm giving to you is priceless. This vibe is priceless. Yeah. Can you feel that? Now, I will also say this. This is something that most people don't speak on. When we're dealing with Venus and Sagittarius, people are going to be more willing to gamble than usual also. And when I say gamble, I'm not just talking about gamble as far as with their money. I'm not just talking about betting, like sports betting. I'm also talking about gamble with their love. I'm talking about trying some shit, motherfucker. I'm just gonna try some shit. We're just gonna do this shit. This is still fire, so it's action-oriented. We're doing this. I believe this is the best course of action. I believe that we can get something positive from this. And even if it doesn't turn out favorably, we still learned the lesson, and that's a blessing in itself. See, this is Venus in Sagittarius. Do you dig?
This is crazy.
Yeah. This is priceless knowledge of self. Let's talk about Mars now. And for those of you that are acquainted, Mars is the planet of action. It's your sense of determination. It's passion and how that plays out. It's energy. Yeah. Mars is also aggression and sexual impulse. Now, when we're talking about Mars here, we have to understand that Mars is sitting in Cancer. And that's 26 degrees of Cancer to be exact. But it just so happens that Mars falls in Cancer. So what does that mean? That means this is one of the worst places for Mars to be sitting, because Cancer and Mars, they don't work well together, because you have all of these emotions. You take everything personal and you get in your feelings just like that. People are taking everything personally. Motherfucker said some shit and you felt like it was about you, whether it really was or not. You take life personally. And so that shit makes people have to compensate for their emotions in every situation. And the problem is that shit doesn't come to the surface directly. It just kind of sits there. And when it sits there, it ends up being dangerous, because it starts to develop into this dynamic expression. And the next thing you know, you showing out. Next thing you know, there's this emotional outburst. Next thing you know, you tripping because you in your motherfucking feelings. And this is the way of the world right now. Sometimes you got to stop taking this shit personally. Motherfucker, if you hateful about me, that has a lot more to do with you than me, because I don't fucking know you. You dig? Life in its own right is business as usual. Yes, you can only experience it through your own eyes, and this is something that you're personally going through. But also understand there's nothing that's preying on you as far as life. It's just a process, and we'll talk more about that here in a second. But when you are so emotional about everything and you have this emotional response to anything, and so everything is something that you feel like you have to react to or respond to, that makes situations more complicated than it has to be, and it keeps you from getting strictly down to business. And then because of all of these feelings, every battle is fought through attrition. Now let me say, sexually, this can be great. It's going to be passionate. It's going to be emotional. All of that shit is going to be great sexually. But when it comes to applying this shit effectively to real life, that's why Mars falls here in Cancer. See, I have Mars in Capricorn. And I love saying that because Mars is exalted in Capricorn. And that's just because for me, it's business. It's all fucking business. I don't take it personally. Even though it's me that's personally going through it, I don't take this shit personally. This is just business as usual, motherfucker. You either gonna deal with it or you ain't. So why you in your feelings about it? And it's in my 4th house, so it's in me. It's not on me. This is where I come from. I come from that red dirt in West Texas. With horny toes, fire ants. I come from that penitentiary. I come from finding my mama dead at 13 years old, living with a Dauphine daddy. Yeah. So I know hardship. I don't take that shit personally. Motherfuckers didn't do it to me. Even the shit that was done to me, it was part of the process. It made me who I am now. I just get tougher and rougher. That's how it goes. I ain't never been a victim. I won't ever be a victim. No. That's kind of how it goes. Now, with Mars in Cancer, and Mars sexed out of Uranus, trine to Neptune, and opposite to Pluto, the world really starts to fuck with people. You have to understand, that's those outer planets. You dig? When you look at Uranus, and it being in Taurus, that's going to represent the economy. It's going to represent people's values. It's going to represent dynamism. So you have this dynamic energy. With Neptune, this is spirituality. It's the culture. It's imaginations. It's bullshit also. It's belief. With Pluto, this is the generation. This is the changes. This is obsessions. This is compulsion. This is intensity. It's power. And so when you see Mars sexed out of Uranus, trine to Neptune, but opposite to Pluto, first of all, it's hard to stay calm. How you gonna feed your motherfucking family? See, that's where you're at in your mindset of the world. Like, man, this shit is happening to me and my people. So how the fuck am I supposed to stay calm? And sure, this is a natural process to where your emotions can have you acting against your value system. But I can also say, with Mars sextile out of Uranus and this being Cancer and Taurus, if you can find something that can be safe, it might not be stable, but can you get somewhere safe to operate from? And that's not a physical place. That's a mindset. It's a way of operating. So that just means staying calm, cool, collected. Because I'll always tell you this, the coolest head in the jam is always gonna come out on top. I've seen it. I've boxed my whole life, right? Trained fighters myself. And so, the one thing I've learned is rage is, in those fits of rage where you're attacking somebody in the streets, there can be this thing where you hurt someone. But in order to win a battle and to win a fight, it's not going to be about who's the most aggressive. It's not going to be about who's the most emotionally reactive, or no, it's who's the most cognitively responsive. Do you hear me? So who is the coolest head in every jam? If you can stay calm, then you can address all types of things. Just fucking stay calm. But it's hard to stay calm. See, there's a sextile here. Because you're so emotional about a situation, you feel some type of way. The world is not a stable place. So how is it that you're going to remain a stable person? Do you understand? And then with Mars trying to Neptune, people are sensitive. They feel everything. A lot of the stuff that they're responding to emotionally has nothing to do with them personally. It has to do with the world, the culture that we've created. Projections, expectations, sensitivities to what other people have going on. And you pick up on these things subtly and you don't realize it's affecting you the way that it is. But now your ass is emotional. You're sensitive to the situation. And then you feel some type of way about that. But this can also lead you into a very beautiful creative expression. Because you feel it. So if you can find some type of way to address it and channel it appropriately, it can be awesome. And that's almost natural for you to do. Because with a trine, this is a natural expression. And this is water energy. So this is emotions. This is stuff that you can't help. Now, so that means you can't help how you feel, but you can help how you express or address those emotions that you have. Do you understand? So if you can find some type of way to get into a flow state where you understand, hey, I have these feelings and I am sensitive to the situation. But that don't mean I have to show out. That don't mean I have to let it slow me down. I don't have to let it fuck me up. No, ultimately, this can be something that ends up being beautiful for you. Or it can be too much, and it's almost automatic one or the other. It's up to you and how this fits for you. But on some real shit, it can get overwhelming real fast. And sometimes it has nothing to do with you personally. You're just taking it that way. Yeah. Now, with Mars opposite to Pluto, this is where, for my opinion, you're going to act one out personally and you're going to project the other one onto somebody else or something else into your life. So you got to find some type of way to control this shit. But that also makes you build up resentment that is dangerous. So this right here is, it's tricky. It's Mars and Pluto, so it's also dangerous. It's dynamic and dangerous. And it's Cancer and Capricorn. And so you have these feelings, right? You bury them. And so this can either become your motivation in making the appropriate changes and gritting through the situation, or this can be to where you get so fucking depressed and fucked up that it's fucking dangerous. You're so fucked up about everything that you're tripping about anything. It's that easy for motherfuckers to do. That shit goes like that sometimes. Come on now. This is Mars in Cancer, opposite to Pluto in Capricorn. And this is Mars gonna be doing this over this weekend and coming into next week. So we got like a week of this gonna be like this. To where Mars is opposite to Pluto. And so people are gonna have these strong emotions that they're gonna try to control, but ultimately they're probably gonna bury. And so it's either gonna be the thing that drives them to make some changes, or it's gonna be the things that makes people trip the fuck out and be fucking mean to people and fucking rude to people and trip the fuck out on people. And so it's gonna be one of those things where There's gonna be a lot of stuff that's being forced to change over the next few days. So get ready for that. Now, let's talk about Jupiter. See, that's one of them days. See, Jupiter is now sitting at 20 degrees of Gemini, retrograde until February 5th, 2025. So, let's look at Gemini energy. Gemini energy is electric, effervescent, eclectic. It's interesting, it's dynamic, but sometimes there's no purpose behind it. There's no method to the madness of Gemini. It's just madness. It's chaotic. Now, then you look at the nature of Jupiter. The nature of Jupiter is expansive. Yes, Jupiter represents blessings and wisdom and philosophy, but it also represents abundance and expansion. So when Jupiter comes into an energy, in this case a zodiac sign, what you see is it expands the qualities of that. It blows it up. But it's not just going to stop at the good. No, it's going to blow up everything. And so when you see this being in Gemini, there's going to be a certain stimulation that's sought out. Well, it's real easy for you to get overstimulated. It's real easy for you to trip the fuck out. It's real easy for shit to get chaotic. It's real easy for shit to get messy. When there's so much being said, there's going to be some misinformation that gets spread. There's going to get some lies that get put out there. People are just talking out the side of their motherfucking neck. People are operating with no motherfucking respect. This is Gemini, and with Jupiter in Gemini, this is where it's gonna be interesting. Don't get it twisted. This shit's gonna be interesting than a motherfucker. Plain and simple. But this shit is also gonna be messy, childish, mischievous, funny, chaotic. It's just gonna be some shit. So buckle up. Now, let's also look at the fact that Jupiter is sextile to Chiron. What is Chiron? Chiron is the wounded healer. Chiron represents lessons learned. Alright? Chiron was a teacher, a philosopher, a warrior, a poet. Chiron had been through some shit. His mom was a nymph. Zeus wanted her mom. Her mom wasn't having it. Right? Right? She turned herself into a horse so she could run away from this god. This god caught her and raped her. Impregnated her. She ended up having this centaur, Chiron. This demigod, as they would say. Right? Chiron takes everything he's been through and he starts becoming a teacher, a philosopher, an artist, a warrior. He's the centaur. Well, as Chiron was preparing to teach, he ended up ultimately piercing himself or shooting himself with a poisoned arrow. Right? But he's a demigod. He cannot die. So he's forever in agony, always in pain. He's constantly having this poison running through his veins. Right? But he still showed up. He still taught. He still had so much light that he wanted to bring to the world. He was on this thing. But then he said, I just want to be released from this. So he goes to Olympus and he asked to be released from this earthly existence. He says, hey, I don't want to live anymore. I know what I want to do is be placed in the sky instead. Let me be a representation of hope that no matter what you've been through, Once you identify everything that you've been through, this trauma that you've been through, it just makes you stronger. Then you can teach others. It can be a light. Even the fucked up shit that you went through, it can be something that you can help teach other people not to experience. Or if they've experienced it and you can relate to them, you can help them get through it like you got through it. See, that's Chiron, the wounded healer. And so you have Jupiter in Gemini, sextile to Chiron in Aries, but they're both retrograde. So there's going to be people who do too much. There's gonna be situations that get messy and fucked up. You yourself are a human being. You might create some bullshit. You might get embroiled in it. You might get caught up in it. You might speak too soon. You might share some shit that you weren't sure what it was. You might say something too fast. You might lie. You might cheat. But guess what? That's just an opportunity for you to learn a lesson and grow. There's going to be some confrontations. There's going to be some arguments. But guess what? It'll be all right. Because once you're aware of the issues, once you acknowledge the part that you played in it, you're then accountable for what happens from that point moving forth. See, Chiron and Aries just want you to acknowledge it. Because once you acknowledge it, you're accountable from there. And then that gives you what you need to take action towards getting towards healing. Do you dig what I'm saying? And so with Jupiter and Gemini, people are going to make mistakes. People are moving too quickly and they're moving too sloppily. Shit is being said. Shit is being spread. It's interesting. It's stimulating. It's fun. But it also is going to be messy and fucked up in certain ways. We have political campaigns that are happening on social media. We're representing our political candidates like gangs. This was not the way of the world 16, 20, 24, 28, or 32 years ago. Yes, there was political parties. But now it comes to this point that motherfuckers, they're ready to fight and die and lie behind Trump. You have motherfuckers that are ready to condemn and judge and hate behind Kamala Harris, because I've been guilty of doing that until I checked myself spiritually, to where I had alienated people that I cared about because of their political preference. Which is not right, because I got embroiled in a campaign that was being executed on social media, right? And motherfuckers are just saying shit. Just spreading shit. And us as people are consuming it. And it's interesting, it's stimulating. But that doesn't mean that it's good. And so you have to be aware. But once you're aware that this is bullshit, you're then accountable for what happens from there. See, this is Jupiter sextile to Chiron. Once you're aware of the bullshit, you're accountable for what happens from that point forth. And once you're aware that you're aware, there is no absolution. There's only actualization. You dig? This is priceless knowledge of self. We are the Vibe Tribe. There are thousands of us all over the world. So we're not thirsty for subscribers. We're not hungry for attention. No, we're here to raise this vibration with knowledge and information. And it ain't going to be for everybody. You dig? We're going to talk about astrology and numerology and all types of stuff that helps you understand yourself and energy better and thus raise your vibration. So if it ain't for you, swipe up, bitch. Because as y'all come in on this troll shit and this fuck shit, either myself or my constituents, meaning my moderators, they're gonna ban you immediately. I'm talking about exile you expeditiously. And it has nothing to do with hate, because that's what you're doing. No, this is love. As I said, we have a vibration to maintain. And when you come in being hateful, you are separating yourself from such. So you'll be able to observe, you just won't be able to participate. Nor should you be. And I won't say never, but I hardly ever acknowledge any of that bullshit that y'all are saying in the chat. You hear me? I wouldn't be able to maintain if I do. By the time this live is over today, there will probably be anywhere from 2,000 to 10 or 20,000 people that see this. I'm talking about by the time we're done today. It's one of them days. I can see the numbers playing right now. Thousands of people have already seen this live just in the hour and a half that we've been on here. And thousands of more will come. And that's beautiful. But please don't take it personally when you get removed, because what you did was separate yourself. Now, let me also take this opportunity to tell everybody that's here to go check out Blue Aliens. That's www.BLU3ALIENS.com. And I actually need to pin that in the chat. Hold up. Let me pin this in the chat real quick. I don't even know if I can. It should be back up there at the top. Let me see. I gotta go all the way back to the beginning of the live. Damn, it won't let me go all the way back. Ain't this a bitch? Never mind, it won't let me go all the way back up. That's stupid. Hold on. We're about to keep going. I just need to pin this link. Because Blue Aliens has some awesome astrology shirts. They got some crystals. They got THCA gummies that'll help get your mind right, but also keep you perfectly legal in most places. They got shrooms. They got other products that shall remain nameless, but are definitely worth checking out. I admire your ability to hate, bro. Now I admire your ability to disappear. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, man. You can't dim my light. Cody Dunn, yeah, I would be willing to review some music that you've done. You got to send me an email at mr.turner1300@gmail.com. That's MR.TURNER1300@gmail.com. Now, I need some of y'all to hit that super sticker, that super thanks, and that super chat. We're about $26 from our quota. Maybe 23, I'm not sure. No, it's, yeah. No, we're 17, I'm lying. We're $17 from our quota, but it might take like $30 for us to get there because YouTube is gonna have to take their tax off the top. So hit the super sticker, the super thanks, and the super chat. Let us know you fuck with us. Support the motherfucking movement. All right. Help us hit that quota so everything from that point forth will be to the good. Hold on. There we go. Hold on. There we go. Hold on. Got it pinned. There we go. Now. Got it pinned. There we go. There, you can click the link right there that's pinned right there in the chat, and y'all can go check out Blue Aliens. And if you use the promo code PrIcElEs, you'll get 15% off of any order over $15. And then I'll also get some support off of that. So go support the witcher on these hoes. who's one of our Vibe Tribe members. And go check out Blue Aliens. www.BLU3ALIENS.com. Or just click the link right there pinned in the chat. Go check them out. Use promo code PrIcElEs and get the 15% discount off anything that you spend over $15. Hey, Cody Dunn. The email is right there. AA. Look right there in the chat. He put my email up. So you can just go right there. Mr.Turner1300@gmail.com. And we'll definitely review your music. In one of these vibe sessions, we'll turn it on. But I'm going to let you know, we're going to be honest. We got to be. Anything else would be uncivilized. But yeah, man, Jupiter's there in Gemini. Now, Saturn. Saturn is sitting at 13 degrees of Pisces. And Saturn is going to be retrograde until November 15th. And look, with Saturn sitting in Pisces, look, I know the world can feel like it's fucked up. You can feel like life is just happening to you, but I promise you it's not. It's not. It's not about what's going on externally, because life is just doing what life does. No matter how hard it seems, life is just doing what life does. It's not about what's going on. It's about how you're processing things internally. This is Pisces. It's about inside of you. And people don't want to deal with the stuff inside of themselves. They get more and more caught up in the outside world and projections and expectations, and they forget about what's going on inside. And so things start to really weigh on them inside of themselves. They start to develop anxiety and fear. And it feels like the world is picking on you, but it's not. This is the stuff that you tried to ignore. This is the situations that you tried to escape. This is the people that you've tried to avoid. Now you're seeing them more than ever. Now you feel some type of way. Now you're going to be tripping. You're going to be imagining things as being worse than what they really are. Right? This is Saturn in Pisces. But the fact of the matter is, you're not a victim. No matter how hard life is, you're not a victim. It's just a part of the process. No matter what's going on in your life, you are not a motherfucking victim. I see your email. I can't do anything with it right now, Cody Dunn. I'm not going to do it in the live session right now. We have an agenda, but we'll pick up in our next session and check out your music. I would have to review it first and make sure that I'm not going to get a copyright strike on me before I could ever play it here in the live session. So come back. I'm going to check it. I'm going to send you an email back. We'll coordinate when I come on next Monday or something, and we'll check out your music. But I can't do it in this session right here without me first reviewing whatever you're getting me to play, because I need to make sure that I'm not going to get a copyright strike and it fucks with my money, because I'm still a businessman above all else. I still have a family that I need to provide for. All right? So we can definitely check out your music. I'm giving you a guarantee that I will. But before I can do that, I need to make sure. Hell, Beats by PlAcEmEnTs music is pretty much all I play here, besides my own personal stuff now. But it took probably 6 months or a year before I even played his music. He sent me music a few times. He said he was going to send me, but it took me a while before I really got down and played it, because I wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to get a copyright strike for playing it, because I already get enough copyright strikes for me playing other people's shit. And I also wanted to make sure that it was something that I could see fit for us in this vibe. But yeah, it took Beats probably a whole year before I played his music. Now that's all we play. But it took a while. And I just don't fuck with people like that. But look, with Saturn in Pisces, life starts to weigh on people. People start to develop anxiety and fear and resentment, victim complexes. They get more embroiled in addictions. It's just like people don't want to deal with things. But the only thing is going to help is you dealing with shit. And that's just kind of how it is. No matter how fucked up the situation is, you just got to figure out how you can deal with it. Because you're not the only one going through it. You can have compassion for other people because you can see that people are going through it, but you need to have some compassion for you. And understand you can only do what you can do. You got to eliminate the illusion of control sometimes. Learn how to let shit go. You have to figure out a way that you can process things healthily instead of letting it destroy you. Because the stuff that you ignore and avoid and try to escape is the shit that's going on with you right now. See, there's a feeling that people have right now. And it might be to a different situation, but there's a feeling that they have inside of themselves that is becoming real familiar. It's been here for a while. And you're going to feel it again. So you need to figure out what this feeling is and where it came from and what you can do with it. All right? See, this is the retrograde process. This degree stretch is getting hit 3 times. Back last November, Saturn started at 0 degrees of Pisces. And really it was there before that because it went into like 8. Saturn started in March of 2023, right? And it went in all the way to like 7 degrees of Pisces. Then it retrograded back to 0 degrees of Pisces. And then here in last November, Saturn stationed direct again. And it started at 0 degrees of Pisces and it went all the way to 19 degrees. But then in June, pardon me. In June, Saturn stationed retrograde at 19 degrees. And now it's come back all the way over 19 to 12 degrees, right? So from 19 to 12 degrees, we've already been through this. Now it's hitting it again. And then as it stations direct here on November 15th, it's going to go over this shit again. All over again. And so this is the perfect opportunity for you to gain perspective of whatever the problem is. And it's not about what's going on in the world. Life is just doing what life does, baby. And it's going to keep doing it. It's just a part of the process. So you have to figure out how you can process your emotions. This is about emotional maturity. Look, there's some shit you can't ignore. There's some shit you can't avoid. There's some shit you can't escape. No matter how much you want to or how hard you try, there's just some stuff you got to deal with it. So you have to figure out how you can deal with it without letting it destroy you. And sometimes it's not the situation, it's the emotion, it's the fear itself. I have witnessed that myself, man. You see, I was so worried that the worry became an illness in its own right. And somebody warned me before this. I was talking to another astrologer and we were talking about what I had coming up. I think this was like in February of 2023. It was either February or April or somewhere between February and April of 2023. And we were having this discussion and I told her, hey man, Saturn's about to come into Pisces. Saturn is about to come over my moon. And I think she casually just said, hey, you need to be careful of developing some psychosomatic illnesses. And I dismissed it because I get into my know-it-all stage and I'm not going to listen to another astrologer because why would I listen to you? Because I'm a professional and all this stupid egotistical stuff that I was going through at that time, which I have thus changed. But I really just dismissed it. But now, as I think about it, put it to perspective. But then I started worrying all the time. I started worrying about my freedom. And then after I started worrying about my freedom, I started worrying about my relationship. I started worrying about addiction. I started worrying about my health. And as I started doing this, I developed actual health problems from that worry and that stress. See, that's how it goes. And so the problem sometimes is not the situation because everything I was worried about was bullshit. Still free. The only illness I have is the ones that I created because of my worry. I made myself miserable for a whole year and nothing bad happened to me. That's the truth. And so with Saturn, a lot of it is not about what's going on externally. It's about what's going on internally. And, you know, it can feel karmic. It can feel karmic. Funny, this is called karma. By who?
This is crazy.
Shout out to Beats by Bless. But yeah, but as I want to keep conveying to you, karma is not consequence, even though consequences can be a part of karma. Karma doesn't come to get you. People say, oh, that's their karma coming to get them. Oh, that karma gonna come. Yeah, because karma comes. Because the fact of the matter is, karma is not consequential. It's processional. It's just a process. Karma doesn't come to get you. It happens. I've already answered that question, Watkins Cattles. I'm not answering it again. I mean, you've asked me that a million times. Saturn is gonna, you know, it depends on the sign of your moon. When Saturn comes over your moon, it can be depressing. It adds weight to your emotions. It brings fear into the mix, anxiety into the mix. When Pluto goes over your moon, it brings intensity, changes, death, depth. Saturn could drive you into depression. Pluto might drive you crazy. Yeah. Saturn might drive you into depression. Pluto might drive you crazy. Hit the like button right fucking now before I get mad and go home. Hit the super sticker, the super thanks, or the super chat. Because right now I'm feeling like you don't appreciate shit. Yeah. Oh no. Now, back to the transits. Saturn being in Pisces is about learning how to deal with shit. And we all have shit that we need to deal with. See, for me, it's fear. I buried it. I hid it. But I never dealt with the fear that lives inside of me. And so that fear, it came back to the surface again. You know, I went through so much from my teenage years to my early adult years that I didn't have time for fear. I was experiencing so much that I never gave myself a chance to deal with that fear. Once I found my mom dead, my life took on a whole different hue. And I was 13 years old. And so I started just living a different lifestyle. And so much was happening, I had no choice but to experience the things that I was experiencing. I couldn't be scared of the dark. Sometimes we didn't have no fucking electricity. Sometimes I couldn't go home. Sometimes there was no home to go to once my mama died and I had to live with my daddy. I had to survive, so I couldn't be scared. And it didn't mean that this fear that I had inside of me died. I just buried it. I spent those years in prison. And you're there. Doesn't mean you're not scared. It means you can't display that, and you really don't have time for that. It's not going to serve you in any way, form, or fashion in a prison. Fear is not going to serve you. It doesn't mean it's not there, but it doesn't serve you. This is just realness. And that doesn't mean you have to be fearful of another person or another person doing something to you. You can be fearful of losing yourself in there. It was fear that you would never get out of there. It's fear that you can hurt somebody and end up being in there forever. It's fear that you can become used to that shit. You dig? You can get used to that shit. And so it all is something that you get out. And then when you get out, you have a fear that you're going to go back in there. You have a fear of failure. Right? And so I never got over the fear that lived inside of me, this fear that was crippling for me. The fear that made me be abrasive. The fear that made me aggressive. See, I'm a Cancer Sun, Pisces Moon, Libra rising. I have a lot of insecurity. I have confidence and bravado, but I also have a lot of insecurity and emotion and sensitivities to shit. But I am not, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm not gonna fold. I'm not soft. And so because of the way that I was, I hid that fear and that insecurity by being super aggressive or abrasive with people. I have this bravado I put on. I have this character that I play. Right? And I can't even say fake it till you make it, because it is a part of me. It's just not me. It's something I can be, but it's not who I am. See, that's a different concept. When people say, "Oh, this," it's not that. I can be that. But that's not who I am at my core. Who I am at my core is sensitive, emotional, understanding, loving, empathic. All of those things, but that doesn't serve you in the motherfucking hood. What is being empathic gonna help you do when you selling crack? Make you a fucking sucker. And I was the worst fucking drug dealer there ever was. Too fucking nice. Too motherfucking nice. That shit don't serve you. Having compassion makes you crazy. Every time that I've ever been violent with somebody, I felt bad immediately after. I cried. And I've done it a lot of times. That's why I can train boxing. I love boxing, but I could never be as good as my skill set would allow me to be, because I'm very quick, very calm and cool and collective. I have Mars in Capricorn, but I also have compassion. And so I'm not going to sit there and be able to keep beating on you after you're already fucked up. It's something that's real hard for me to do unless I'm highly upset, and I never let myself get that upset. So once we start getting into it and I'm winning and your face is looking bad, I'm going to start feeling bad for you. Anytime I've lost my cool and I've done something to somebody physically, I have cried and cried. I used to have people that would laugh at me like a mother. I used to be the head bouncer of a bar, and it was a fucking very popular bar there in East Texas. And these motherfuckers be drunk and shit would break out, and I would have to break up fights, and then I would end up fighting with them, because once you're trying to break up fights and you're not at that time, I'm bigger now, but I wasn't the biggest dude, but I had all of this pugnaciousness to me. But when this stuff would happen, they'd end up putting their hands on me. I'd end up tripping out, but then I'd take it too far. And I always took it too far. I lose my cool emotionally and put my hands on somebody. And because I repress all of this stuff inside of me all the time, and because I'm not really like that, not only am I acting out emotionally, but I also get really upset that you made me like that. Like, I specifically remember every time I've been violent, there's a resentment that comes out of me for you making me get to this level. And it's not their fault, but it's true. I get this hatefulness inside of me. Like, damn, motherfucker, you done made me fucking get like this, and I hate being like this, and now I'm fixing to fucking be like this. And so it's like this stuff comes out of me, but that's just something somewhere I can go. That's not who I am. I resent that because that's not the expression that I want for myself. All right? And so this shit can be a motherfucker. And somebody said something about prison just a few minutes ago. I said something about prison, but somebody else said something when I was saying something about it. That shit's not gonna serve you in any of those prison settings or in the streets. You have to take those feelings that you have, and you have to put it somewhere else, right? For me, I wrote music. That's how I ended up having a music career, being a Pisces moon. And this, I took all of that shit and I wrote music. Or when I made beats, that's when I would put my pain and my softness and my sensitivity. That's why I have a certain vibe when you listen to the beats that I made. There's nothing that's too up tempo. There's nothing that's like a club jam. It's all emotional. It's all jazzy. It's all like feeling. It's something that I convey. It's an expression of my emotions and who I am inside. And then the rap part, the verb part, it's like I can only speak bravado. That's when I rap now. That's why I don't rap anymore, because I can't speak about how I really feel and who I really am. It's like this bravado comes out, because that's what hip hop is for me. Is this character comes out, and it's a character that I play. It's a part of it's a part of what I present, but it's not who I am. Definitely not anymore. And so as my life changed and I went through this process, these fears that I have inside of me that didn't serve me, they start to come back up because I get comfortable in life. I become open again. I have this spiritual awakening. I start helping people. I need to tap into my empathy in order to help people the way that I can. It's not just healing and growth, but it's also business. It's what I do now. In order for me to be as good as I am as an astrologer, I have to be able to use my intuition and my empathy. And for me, that means I can't hide that emotion, that sensitivity, that compassion, that love. And so I show this. That's why I'm so vulnerable with y'all, and I show this. But once you open that up, that fear also was once again there again. And so this was a process of me going through this awakening. It started with my Saturn return in Sagittarius. You have this spiritual awakening. Things start happening in my life. I start evolving from there. I start developing principles. I see myself start changing. I see what I'm into, and my values start changing. And we'll talk more about values here in a second. But this is just a natural process. I see all of this shit start to develop. And that's all fine and dandy, right? But it also takes me to a place that I wasn't anymore, because I had this character that I had built up with myself that is calloused from the streets. And even with my job, I'm training other people. If I wasn't doing what I was doing as far as bouncing in the club, I was training people to fight. I'm training you to fight. And before that, I was a gangbanger. Before that, I sold dope. Before I did all of this shit, and I spent all this time in the penitentiary. And I was nobody's plaything, and never could be. But at the same time, once I opened up that sensitivity in a way that I could help people, it also made me vulnerable in a way that the fear once again came out. And then I changed my life. I started loving life again. I started loving people again. And then when I started loving life and loving people again, all of those insecurities about my freedom, once I had this legal situation come up, it's like, man, I've changed. I don't even know if I could survive prison anymore. No matter who I was 10 or 15 years ago when I was in prison, I'm not that person anymore. I don't even know if I could be him. It took a certain level of callousness. It took a level of gangster that I'm not sure that I have in me anymore. Some people, that'll always be a part of them. But for me, I had to dismiss that. For me to really help people, I had to get rid of a whole mindset. I had to get rid of a whole piece of me that would not serve this lifestyle and would not serve me helping people because it was predatory. It's the only way that it knew. And so for this right here, it's like that shit got pushed away. But now I started developing this fear again. And once this fear is here, and my fear runs rampant. My fear is something that's crippling. My fear is something that has controlled my life for a big part of my life. There was a time where I buried it, but now I've married it. And so that fear of that situation started coming out, the legal situation. And then I was 37 years old. My mom died when she was 37 of an illness, something subconsciously. And Saturn being conjunct to my moon. I want you to think about that. The moon is the mother. The last time Saturn was conjunct to my moon was when my mom got diagnosed 30 years ago. And so as Saturn comes back into this conjunction with my moon, all of that stuff that I had buried, the stuff that I had thought I had dealt with that I didn't, comes back up. The fear about my mom's death, the feeling of it all in that day, the fact that my mom was 37 and I was about to be 37, the fact that I had survivor's remorse or survivor's guilt because my mom was such a better person than I was, and she died at 37 years old. Do you understand? She died at 37 years old. And so I myself started developing this fear of being 37 and this remorse or this guilt for being 37 and being healthy, so much so that I was gonna make myself sick. Subconsciously, that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna fear and worry so much that I was gonna make myself sick. I was gonna drive people away. I stopped having fun with life. I stopped living. I started worrying about dying so much that I stopped living. I stopped being sexual. Hadn't slept in the bed with my wife in a year, over a year. Nothing was wrong between us, but there's a fear inside of me that I wouldn't dealt with that was crippling me in all situations of my life. And I'm just now coming out of it, and I'm not completely away from it, but this is something that I'm understanding now. I see the process that is done in my life. I see the fucking way that I've let it run rampant and everything. And so the process of this with Saturn and Pisces is now I have perspective. And I get it. I see it. So now when it comes up again and I have these situations to where, oh, I'm worried about my freedom again in a few months, or I'm worried about I have a bad day where I get sick and I'm worried I'm going to fucking die, or I have to go get surgery on this hernia finally that I have, and I'm worried about what they're going to see when they have to do this the sonogram for the hernia or this CAT scan to see what's going on and see that, make sure that the hernia tissue is not something that's what's the word I'm looking for? Malignant or something. You know, you just want to make sure that it's not something else that's creating that pressure that caused that, right? But basically, when it boils down to it, now I have to understand the fear is the biggest problem because I'm gonna have to deal with it regardless. The fear is just making it harder. It's making it worse. So I can live purposefully, or I can wallow in fear, drown in it. That's a personal choice. And the world is not going to feel sorry for me. And it shouldn't have to. Same thing goes to you. The world's not going to feel sorry for you. The universe don't give a fuck about your problems. I know for us to have a relationship with the divine, we have to make it personal. So we think God has to save us from our problems, and God has to get us a new car, and God has to help us pay our bills, and God has to heal us from sickness. But no. I mean, it's so much more than that. It's so much bigger than that. You understand? This is the creator of all things, a creative force. There's no way you can look at the divine as being something that is righteous. If you can think the divine would provide you with a new car, but it would not answer the prayers of somebody who's been praying for them to get cured and they've done nothing wrong, but they still get sick and die. For the kid who just prays that their parents' situation would work out, but their dad ended up killing their mom. Their mom ends up being a crackhead and the dad left. For the kid who don't have nothing to eat. For the little girl whose family member keeps doing stuff to her. Like, this is the truth, man. A lot of y'all need to check your own relationship with divinity. If you think that you are special and righteous enough that God or the divine or the creator would answer your prayer specifically, but neglect someone else's. No, it's bigger than that. It's bigger than that. You just got to deal with your shit. This is your plight. It's what you signed up for. It doesn't mean that there is no God and that the divine does not play a part. It means that this process right here is a biological process, and the divine is something separate from that. Plain and simple. And I lost my faith. You know, when you talk about fear and the lack of faith and the loss of faith, when I think about the situation with my mom, you know, when all of this stuff brought up, it made me have that fear again. And I almost lost the spirituality that I have gained over this last 10 years, over this last year and a half. I've lost sight of all of the mystical experiences that I've had. When I've had contact with stuff that was beyond this plane. And it's hard to explain, but I've had this actual experience more than once where I've seen somebody sitting here in this live session just like us say, hey, bro, I see two angels or two spirits behind you protecting you. When somebody says that, and when it was one of the hard times, and hey, when somebody just all of a sudden says, hey, Rod, you're protected, bro. I think you need to know that. And it's just out of the blue. We're just having a good time. And somebody said, hey, I just need you to know you're protected from whatever's... And this was right before all this stuff started happening. Somebody that was in one of these live sessions just said, hey, bro, I just need you to know you are protected. You're fucking protected. And I've had all of these experiences, but I almost lost sight of that because this negativity happened. And then I started having this old feeling of fear creep back in. And fear was operating in the absence of faith. And so when I start thinking about my mama being sick and her being 37 and dying, I also started thinking about my mom going to church Wednesdays, Sundays, going up there getting hands laid on her. My mama crying and praying. My mama stopping doing drugs. My mama being a good person. My mama constantly trying to put herself in a healthy space, but her still dying of illness. It made me almost jaded. It almost made me resentful. It made me spiteful of divinity. And so I almost lost my faith. But I have to remember that I need to have faith in me, my ability to heal, my ability to be okay despite the external situation, my ability to find peace. That doesn't mean settle. That doesn't mean get complacent. No. It means get into a state of flow. That means if I can amend it, I'm going to amend it. If I have no control over it, I have to let it go. This is what Saturn and Pisces is going to teach people. Now, back to the volume. Hit the like button if you haven't hit the motherfucking like button yet. I need some of y'all to hit that super sticker, the super thanks in the super chat. Help me hit this quota if you really fuck with me. Shout out to the Mystic Healer. Shout out to Villanita. is in Leo. Welcome to the show. Yeah. Let's talk about Uranus. And let me be honest and tell you, the world that we live in is not a stable place. The economy is not stable. People are not stable. But that doesn't mean that it can be unsafe for everybody. The truth of the matter is, you need to find a secure place that you can operate from. That's inside of you. It's not an external setting. It's a personal mindset. You have to be patient with yourself and be patient with the situation. Take your time and do it right. Look, Uranus falls in Taurus because Taurus is calm, cool, collective, stable, secure. And Uranus hates that shit. Uranus wants chaos. It wants change. It wants to be abrupt. It wants to be disruptive. It wants to be rebellious, iconic, ironic. This is Uranus. So, Uranus loves Scorpio, but it hates Taurus. This creates frustration. So when you get too stubborn, it's gonna be frustrating. This is what you're gonna learn. Hell, if you be too stubborn, this might fuck up your money. This is Taurus. Bitch, you stuck in a certain way of doing things, that's why your ass is broke. You gotta be adaptable in your hustle. That means you need to take an open-minded approach because there are so many ways you can make money. You just gotta be willing to get outside of your comfort zone. Now, there's several ways you can get out of your comfort zone. You can leave it or you can expand it. You can become comfortable doing other stuff. Or you can eliminate the need for comfortability and look instead for profitability. See, that's what some people have done. You see with social media, some people gave up on values a long time ago. Fuck that, I'm getting money. I have no dignity. That's the world that we live in these days. And man, you can just see where that stubbornness can be a hindrance. But you can also see where you just might need to adjust your value system. And that's okay too. Times have changed. And they're gonna change more. So with the knowledge of that, this gives you the opportunity to roll with the punches and set up. See, Uranus is sextile to Neptune. Neptune is in Pisces. So this culture that we've created is projective, right? And so because of this, real ain't even real. And to be honest with you, the values of the world are constantly changing. If something is worth a lot of money, people might be willing to accept it, whether it's morally standable or not. There's going to be certain situations where people are going to condemn it. The culture is going to get behind condemning or canceling it, right? That fucks up the money for a situation. It's incredibly projective. But the knowledge of that also gives you the opportunity to be creative, to create the narrative that you want, to project what you want. It goes both ways. Sometimes you got to stop being a victim and start being a co-conspirator. This culture will make you be like that. You know what? Fuck this shit. I'm not going to sit around and bitch and moan and complain about this shit. I'm finna get creative. I'm finna be whatever the fuck I want to be. And you look on social media and you see some motherfuckers that if this was before the social media age, you'd be like, this motherfucker would be a fucking dweeb. And we all know there's situations like that. I mean, you think about it like this. Where else could a motherfucker like me, a G, a ex-drug dealer, be on here spitting knowledge and a beautiful motherfucking hairpiece with bones, chains on, and being able to reach people all over the world and actually help them? No. And like, this motherfucker here is a motherfucking movie, right? You see people like Bobby Altov, Woe Vicky, No Net, Charleston White. These are personalities. They're caricatures, right? They're just caricatures. Kai Cenat, one of my favorite people, just a character. He's just a motherfucking character. Do you understand? And I love that son of a bitch, but he's just a character. And so, with this right here, this goes both ways. You just gotta be a part of the synthesis. Get creative, get imaginative, do whatever you wanna do, be whatever you wanna be. It's okay to do that. But also understand this culture that we've created is full of shit. People's values don't mean anything anymore. So you have to ask yourself, and this is the perfect time to do so with Uranus and Neptune both retrograde. This is where you need to take inventory of who you are, what you have to work with materially, where you stand morally, and what do you want to do moving forward? What are you willing to sacrifice? What are you willing to do to make money? What are your values? What is most valuable to you? This is the things that you need to ask yourself, because I guarantee you it's changed. Over the last 5 years, that shit has changed. Whether it's been more subtle or it's been profound, for everyone, their values have changed. Why? Because society has changed. So take inventory, figure out who you are. That means identifying with your own inner self. And speaking of your inner self, let's not forget, with Neptune and Pisces, spirituality has become a fad, but that makes people forget that spirituality is about your own journey to define the divine. Spirituality is about what's going on inside of you, not what they consider you externally, not the label that you've created, not the title that you want to be, not the community that you want to be a part of. None of that shit. It's about what's going on inside of you. And we forget about that shit. Why? Because people are making a profit off of it. There it is right there. Yeah, man. There it is. I'm not just weird anymore. I'm a starseed. I'm an indigo child. I'm an alien that's out of place here on Earth. I come from the Pleiades motherfucking constellation. And now I'm here to try to raise the vibration because Earth is going into a whole different dimension. Right? How many times have you heard a motherfucker say some shit like that? You have a motherfucker say, it doesn't matter what culture I come from. It doesn't matter if my people would have owned a plantation that had your people. Now I do hoodoo and voodoo. Right? Some things are culturally exclusive. But people are using this culture to colonize. That's the truth. What's real or what's right doesn't matter, because real ain't even real no more. The nature of the reality that we are experiencing is a projection in itself. There is actually government documentation that says, hey, you're not even experiencing the base reality. You're a part of the projection. Whatever that means. With the advent of AI, you can't even trust what you see anymore. There was a place in time where if somebody had photographic or video evidence of you doing something or of something happening, that was concrete. Your ass was got. These days, you can't even trust that because people can make you doing anything. I was looking at a Facebook reel the other day, and I'm looking at a press conference between basketball players. And this motherfucker started going off, saying some racial shit. He's saying anything. And that shit looks so real. It just took me a second for me to realize this is fucking AI. There's no way he said that. I started questioning it first, and I'm like, how? And then I started watching the video, and then I caught something subtly, and I was like, ooh. That got me. That got me. So, the truth of the matter is, with Neptune in Pisces, the world you're experiencing might not even be real. But you have to really reassess your determination of what real is. But I tell you what is real. How you feel. This is Pisces. See, you need to let your inner compass be your guide. You can't trust nothing you hear and nothing you see, but you can trust what you feel because that's the only thing that's real. What are you actually experiencing? Who knows? How you feel about it, you know. That's what you know. How you feel about it. How it makes you feel. That's the only thing that's real. You yourself are a combination of characters that you've created now. Once social media became the prominent arena of existence for people, and don't get it twisted, social media is the most prominent arena of existence for 99% of the population now. 99% of the population spends more time scrolling on a device than they do doing other stuff. Plain and simple. And so not only do you have this delusion of character, because you have who you are inside of yourself when you're in your brain. Then you have the person that you speak audibly. And even if that's your natural character, that's going to be a little bit different from the person that's inside of you. Because as a human being, you're conditioned to censor yourself in certain ways. And some people are very blunt, but there's still a certain amount of censorship that comes out. Everything that is thought on would not be said or done, or they would be in prison. So as much as people can be blunt and impulsive, there's still a certain degree that's being held back. All right? And so when you look at that, and then when you consider the fact that you have to create this character for your job if you have a job, you have to create this character for your kids if you have kids, you have to create this character for your partner because they have expectations that they want of you in your relationship. And there might be something that's fundamentally different from that, but there's also going to be a projection that you play into because of expectations. There's who you are to your different friend groups. Not just to each specific friend, but to your different friend groups or associations. There's who you are on social media, and then certain people have several different social media profiles or platforms. So they have several different pieces of their personality that they parlay into each piece of that. And so who you are, in essence, is completely convoluted now. Some people don't even realize that, but it's true. Oh, it's true. Who you are fundamentally has been, what's the word I'm looking for? I mean, convoluted was the word, but spread, you've been stretched And so there's all these different personas of you. But the only thing that's real is the one that's inside. You hear me? The rest is bullshit. See, if we've learned anything about the nature of reality, we've learned just because you're seeing it doesn't mean that's what it is. Just what you're experiencing is subject to personal interpretation, because two different human beings experiencing the exact same thing at the exact same time are going to have two completely different perceptions of whatever's happening. You yourself are going to have several different perceptions of different situations throughout your life. You're going to see a situation as you're experiencing it, and you're going to feel some type of way inside of yourself. And then as you're trying to make sense of it a few minutes later, it's going to be one way. And then after you've gained wisdom and perspective, you might be able to look at a situation completely differently. See, this has happened to me in real life. There's situations when I'm doing them when I was younger where I was scared or I was exhilarated. And then I look at the situation and how I responded to that situation, and immediately in the time where after that, I look at it and I feel proud. Now I look at it from a different place in life and I'm abhorred. I can't believe I would do something like that. I can't believe I was that type of person. Right? I think about that now, and it changes the reality of each one of those situations. It changes the reality of me. And so with Neptune and Pisces, this culture that we've created is incredibly projective. Hold on. My son's coming just a second. You knew you was gonna make it into that costume, didn't you, Daddy?
Yeah, because out of school.
Come here. Let me put this down. Come here.
Because out of school, there's a trunk and tree, so like we get candy from that.
There's a trunk and treat.
Uh-huh.
Come and give me a hug. You know your daddy loves you?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Close the door. I'll see y'all when y'all get back. But yeah, this reality that we're experiencing is projective. Our opinions of people are influenced by projections. Right? You want to talk about presidential candidates. I'm sitting here looking at Data Hoarder. And all we have is the perception that we have established of each one of these candidates publicly. Some of it is off their behavior, but a lot of it is off the projections of what other people's observations of their character are, or other people's assessments of who they are or what they're trying to do are. And some of us are misinformed to the point that that's all we form our opinions of. You have some people who look at Donald Trump like he's a racist. They'll say he's fucking racist, he's this, because that's what they've heard other people say. Donald Trump is a racist. But the fact of the matter is, there's not much to suggest that he is prejudiced. Most people are racist. All right? And there's a difference between being racist and prejudiced. It's almost conditioned in you as a human being to be racial. For me, it's different because I'm biracial. So I'm sensitive to racial issues on both planes, and I don't like it either way. But I've caught myself being racial when it comes to Asian people. Making little slick jokes and playing. I've found myself being homophobic towards people, even though I don't have a fear and I have a love for them, where I'm making jokes that would be considered disrespectful. I've seen myself make jokes about certain situations, certain people's lifestyles, and all of this stuff, to where I could easily get those type of things. But that's just me speaking in the moment. And Donald Trump is a voice. Donald Trump also does business with people all over the world. That does not parlay out into his business, first of all. And I'm not defending him, because what Donald Trump is chaos. Donald Trump is an instigator with a tremendous ego. He is a character. He's not just a politician, because he never really was a politician. He's a fucking character. He is an expression of humanity's character at this day and age that we live in. The tweeting, the foolishness, the abrasiveness, the boldness. This is the culture that's created. He can just say, oh, it's fake news. Anything that doesn't benefit him, he can immediately dismiss it as being fake or not real or not relevant. And he can create a projection that people are going to feed into from that, even though people are just seeing a projection of who he is. Right? And then people also have this projection of Kamala Harris, like she's this freedom fighter. And she's this liberal woman that's here to save all people in the world. And she's also here to stand up for all the people of color and all the women of the world and all of this shit that parlays out into public perception. When the fact of the matter is, there's only so much power the president has. And as the vice president, people say, well, she could have done this for 4 years. She can't do shit. The vice president has no power. She goes where she's told to go. She waves her hand, and she goes and sits in on things for the president in his stead. But she cannot make bills. She does not sign things into action. What she does is be a participant in that president's agenda, and she was appointed to do such. So all of this stuff about, well, she could have done this with Biden, she couldn't really do anything. Until Biden stepped aside and she's allowed to put her policies in place, she couldn't do anything. Right? But she's not a freedom fighter. She's a goddamn prosecutor. All right? But these are the things that she can say that project her as such that will win her votes. You hear me? The fact of the matter is, there's going to be a situation to where we realize in 4 years or 8 years that all of this fighting that we've been doing for this election was fucking stupid and irrelevant. Right? If Kamala Harris wins the election, she's going to face so much resistance from Congress and so much resistance from the people once she is elected, even if she beats Trump, because the only reason people would want her to be in is because they're trying to protect the people from Trump. See, that's what she's looked at. She's going to protect the world from big bad Trump because Trump is a lunatic and a crazy criminal, right? Right? That's what she's a prosecutor. He's a criminal. She's a prosecutor. It's a beautiful little dance they're doing with this. But this is where it is. She's going to save the world from Trump's craziness and Trump's chaos. And then Trump is going to make you money. Trump is going to make America great again. He's going to make them scared of us again. He projects strength. They can't kill him. That's why they keep doing these fake ass assassination attempts. Or they'll see somebody, they'll have a person with a gun at a rally get arrested and then later released, and they'll say, well, that was an assassination attempt. Motherfucker, that was an assassination attempt. Unless somebody took a shot at you, it was an assassination attempt. And then the first assassination attempt, you had glass from a prompter get on you and cut you. You never got shot with a bullet. But it all projects this image of power, of you standing up and you shaking your fist at somebody trying to kill you and you saying, fight, fight, fight. You understand? And so that right there projects strength. And at that point in time, that's what killed Joe Biden's political campaign. We're going to get to the other stuff here in a second. Because Joe Biden is going to be perceived now as being feeble-minded. Trump is indomitable. He's inconquerable. He's immortal. They're trying to kill him, and they can't fucking kill him. He's fucking Donald fucking Trump. Then you have Joe Biden, who looks like he's a fucking animatronic thing. He doesn't even look like he's a real human being, and he might not be. But he has robotic movements, and he, like, motherfucker, like, that shit just does not look right. And if it is a real human being, whatever that is that Joe Biden is, it's no longer mentally competent. And that was something that was glaring. And so that was why he had to step aside. People been calling for him to step aside. And he said, no, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. And so people got to the point where it's like, you know what? You got to step aside, motherfucker. There's no way we can win this. And there's no way you could be competent if you did garner enough votes. Now, Trump has his own mental issues. Don't get it twisted. Trump is still 78 years old. And when you look at that, you also have to understand, just like Kamala Harris wouldn't be able to be very powerful as president, not as powerful as people think, because of the resistance from the people and the resistance from Congress and the resistance from the people who just would never let her run shit the way that she could or should run shit. Right? But also understand Donald Trump is 78 years old, and even though he wants power, and he's such a great kid. I'm gonna give everybody shoes. As soon as I win the election, everyone's getting $1,200 again, and I'm sending them a free pair of shoes to every American. So make sure you register on your ballots. I'll send you shoes. We'll get the money. Everybody will be scared of us, and if it comes down to it, I'll fucking nuke Putin. I will blow Putin off the map, and then China will know. China, those fucking Chinese, he might not say fucking, but those Chinese, they're gonna see it, and they'll know the strength of America again. And I'll go over there. I'll talk to Kim Jong-un. You'll never have to vote again. Yeah, I'll be the king. As a matter of fact, there won't never be a president again. I will be the king of America. It should have been King George in the first place, but George Washington was scared. But this is a different day and age. This is Donald Trump. They're trying to kill your president. And you know what? I'm killing the president, because after this is over with, I'm going to be king. Gold shoes and $1,200 for everyone. I'm going to be king. Look, this is the type of shit that Donald Trump is going to do. But the fact of the matter is, he is 78 years old. So he's not even guaranteed 4 more years or 4 more years of mental capability. And he definitely won't be good for 8 more years. So no matter what, this shit is only going to last 4 years for him. Kamala Harris, unless she does something dynamic, if she were to win, which I don't think she will win. It's possible, but it's not probable. All right? It's possible, not probable. But if she wins, she is not going to have very much power because of the policies and the blowback that she has from Biden. You understand? So this shit is not going to be what people think it is. We are just operating off projections and developing expectations off projections. And see, that's going to create frustration. See, you see, Neptune is sextile to Pluto. And Neptune is never far away from a sextile with Pluto. But that has to do with the culture and the people, or the generation and the culture. We're in a Neptune and Pisces culture, but this is the end of that Pluto and Capricorn generation. And this ends with us being frustrated with the powers that be, with the people in charge. It's us as Americans saying, man, we don't really have a good choice in this election. And even if we do make a choice in this election, it's going to be because we don't want the other one to be president. It's not because we favor this one as much as we have a distaste for the other candidate. I'm not a Kamala, I can't vote. But I'm not a fan of Kamala Harris or Joe Biden. But I'll be damned if I'm for Donald Trump. And there's other people that feel the same way. And they're entitled to feel that way. I'm never going to condemn anybody ever again. I'm never going to disrespect y'all again about that. But you see how that shit goes? For me, it's not about me wanting Kamala Harris to win or Joe Biden to win. It's about me not wanting Donald Trump to win. And for a lot of people, it's not so much about them not wanting or them wanting Donald Trump to be president of the United States. It's about them not wanting Kamala Harris to win, or them saying, hell no, we're not fucking with Joe. One, because they see Joe Biden as an extension of Obama. And even though Obama didn't necessarily do anything wrong, there's still a projection that people created that Obama fucked up the country. How many times did you hear, and we know, and I'm not even going to go there, but you heard some motherfucker say, Obama's fucking up the country. Motherfucker, Bush had us in a war for 8 years over oil. Just like his daddy. He thought his shit was to go over there and get that oil. We finna go over there and get that oil. They can throw shoes all they want. I like Bush's character, but he was still a piece of shit dude. And he's a moron. Bush was a fucking moron. He said, we're gonna go over there and get that oil. These goddamn terrorists, this axis of evil. And we're gonna go over there and get it all. That's what Bush did. And he didn't give a fuck about the effects that it had on the United States in such. And so this game that they played, yes, they work together. These are all lawyers. You understand? Without the political process, you need to first understand they're all lawyers. And they just play on the side. In order for them to be a true politician, they have to have a law degree. Right? Except Donald Trump is the only one that's never had a law degree, probably. There's some that have military experience too, but he doesn't have that. They either had law degrees or military experience, right? This is how it goes, because most politicians are attorneys. And so when you look at this, you have to understand that the prosecutors and the defense attorneys, they eat at the same table with each other. When your ass is in the courtroom and your ass is locked up, or when you're free, when you go out there and they have a recess and you go out, they go into a little room together. Laugh and talk shit. Plot on how they can get your ass. Wheel and deal for your motherfucking soul. You dig? This is what they go do. And so the prosecutors, the defense attorneys, and that's what you see them play out in these throughout the time. They're enemies, but they be the same. A lot of prosecutors used to be defense attorneys, or a lot of defense attorneys used to be prosecutors, and they play both sides of the fence. Right? And so with these politicians, they're all together. They know each other's lifestyle. They know each other personally. There's only so many people that can be in Congress. And so with that shit right there, you just have to understand all of this shit is projectional. Everything that's happening is projectional. And then when you see Neptune sextile to Pluto, people are realizing it. Like, we don't have a good choice. This shit is not good for any of us right now. It makes you disenchanted with politics and with power and with life. It makes you discontent. It makes you worried. It makes you depressed. Like, man, this shit is fucked up. I don't see this shit getting better anytime soon. Because even for those of us that look into energy, when you look at Neptune going into Aries and Pluto going into Aquarius, you start to see war. With Uranus going into Gemini, you see war. We've went over this before, but the last time Uranus was in Gemini was during World War II. The time before that was during the American Civil War. The time before that was during the Revolutionary War. The last time Neptune was in Aries was during the American Civil War. The last time Pluto was in Aquarius was during the American Revolutionary War and the French Revolutionary War. We're having all of this going on at once. All right? We're going to have all of these going on at the exact same time starting next year and going into 2026. Really, 2025 is the start of something. And then in 2026, that's when things really start to get interesting. And so you're looking at that, you're looking at the fact that the world is going to be a completely different place here soon. whether it's through the power of the people and us realizing how powerful we are as a people. See, because of our devices and technology, we're more connected with people all over the world than we ever have been. By the time this live session is over, which will be in about an hour or two, several thousands of people will have watched this. People from all over the world, from India, from Pakistan, from Brazil, from Ireland to Scotland, to the UK, to Bulgaria, to Bolivia, to motherfucking Newfoundland, to Australia. I'm talking about to Canada, to Mexico. I'm talking about this live session right here. Just me talking, little old me, will have touched everywhere on the globe in a 3-hour span. Right? And so what we ultimately see is us as a people start to realize how powerful we are. It starts in small ways. We start to see, damn, we can really make changes. We start to see how it is. You start to see a political, or really a presidential campaign happening on social media, being tried in the court of public opinion. Right? It's not politics anymore. This is not being fought in the ballots like it was before. This is being fought in the court of public opinion. And they have to be scared that if enough people disagree with whoever gets elected president, that there's going to be some type of revolt or rebellion. This is something that is being considered by the government right now as we speak. We got to know that. This is a reality. We saw little small ways of insurrection when Donald Trump lost last time. That was not real. Go, they're trying to take your president. They had the little shit that happened on January 6th, and I was abhorred by that. When that shit happened, I came on live. I was so fucking mad that they did that shit, and I'm still tripping about me having such an emotional response to that because I'm not a patriot. Hell, I'm an ex-prisoner. Fuck the government. But there was something right there that felt so fucking disrespectful and so against America that I had to speak up. I had to act on it, right? The shit was a trip. But anyway, you're just going to see where we realize how powerful we are as a people, and that changes things. That fucking changes things. You start to see a revolution. Now, at first, things are going to seem destructive. But in order for new things to be built, the old way of doing things has to be destroyed. And that starts with the mindset. Never forget that Aquarius is an air sign. Right now, this is Capricorn. It's the 29th degree. So it's hungry, it's frustrated, and that means it's fucking ambitious and dangerous. In athletics and in life, and even in the streets, you hear people say stuff like, stay hungry. Right? Stay dangerous. That's the 29th degree of Capricorn. That means stay ambitious, stay relentless. That's what it means. Stay tough. Stay grinding. Do you dig what I'm saying? I don't think you heard me though. So with this right here, this is where we're frustrated. This is with power too. This is Capricorn. People are fucking frustrated, aggravated, but they're also inspired. As I've said before, this is the type of shit that happened before the American Revolutionary War. This is that Boston Tea Party type energy. Motherfucker, you way over there. You think you finna run this and make us pay you to run this even though you ain't here running shit? Not paying no fucking tariff. No taxation without representation, motherfucker. As a matter of fact, we don't want you to represent us because you don't know nothing about us. You over there across the whole fucking ocean. We need to run our own shit. We need liberation. We need autonomy. We need sovereignty. We will have it. This is where you can see it. Shit gonna be crazy. But it's gonna start with a thought. People get so frustrated that it creates a different mindset. It creates a feeling of rebellion. That could create a revolution. But all of it's just a part of the evolution of energy. This is priceless knowledge of self. We on this shit. Now, let's talk about Chiron. We're almost done. I went hard today. I went almost 3 hours doing this. We're still going to do the top 5. But let's talk about Chiron real fast. Because Chiron is at 20 degrees of Aries. So this is awareness. Sometimes it's forced awareness. It's uncomfortable awareness. You're having to confront some shit. But sometimes that's what it takes. You know, as dangerous as it seems now, this is like when 2 little kids were arguing when we were young, and this is maybe we only did this in the hood, but 2 little motherfuckers be arguing and be bickering, and they might be talking about they're gonna fight each other, and they start pushing, right? They start bucking up to each other, and somebody just pushes them together. This is what the universe is doing. Like, man, nah, just deal with this shit. You're aware of it now, deal with it. Because once you're aware of it and you acknowledge that awareness, you're accountable for what happens from there. That means you're also accountable for what you allow. This is the point of awareness. Once you're aware that a motherfucker's fucking over you, you're either condoning it or accepting it. Right? Once you know your worth and you're aware of your worth in situations, if you accept less than that, you're accountable for that. That's your fault. But you're also accountable for your growth. This is the type of stuff that you need. This is where you realize, hey, look how far I've come. I'm a bad motherfucker. But now you realize how far you come. You have no excuse to not keep going. If you haven't broken already, why would you break now? Why would you stop now? Right? If you're in a backward skid, once you become aware that you're on this skid, this is your opportunity to dig in. Motherfucker, I'm not taking one more step backwards. I'm only moving forward from here. See, when I used to box, there would become a point, right? And sometimes people hit the ropes, but not for me. They were just coming to a point where I would get in there and I would be trying to avoid getting hit, right? And it is boxing. The game is to hit and not get hit. But I'd be trying to avoid getting hit or getting knocked out. And so I'm trying to move effectively. But because of that, a person can start asserting their will. And so there comes to a point in myself where I go, hey, I'm not backing up anymore. I kind of say that to myself, all right, motherfucker, we're not backing up anymore. And that means I'm only coming forward from this point forth. And so there has to be this thing, there comes to a point of awareness that, hey, man, this motherfucker got me fighting on the back foot. I'm not going backwards anymore. Once I'm aware, now I'm alive. And if I'm alive, I'm accountable. That's the truth. Hit the fucking like button if you haven't hit the like button yet. I need some of y'all to hit that super sticker, that super thanks, or that super chat like right now. If you appreciate me in any way, form, or fashion, I need you to hit that right now. We're $17 away from the quota, but it would take $30 for us to hit that. All right? Maybe 35 for us to hit that, because YouTube takes about 35 to 40% of whatever is donated. And so we need to hit that quota. And I would want it to hit it today, if possible. Now, if that doesn't happen, I'll be okay, because I have no control over that. But I'll still be here next week. However, if we hit it today, we all the way to the good. All right? And y'all make sure y'all go check out Blue Aliens. That's www.BLU3ALIENS.com. They got some awesome astrology shirts. They got crystals. They got THCA gummies that'll get your mind right, but also keep you perfectly legal in most places. They got some shroomage, fungus. They have some other goodies that shall remain nameless. Go check them out. And if you use the promo code PrICElEs, you hear that? PrICElEs. I'm throwing the knowledge, but I'm underlining the priceless. PrICElEs. You'll get 15% off of any order over $15. And you'll also be showing support to myself and another member of this community. So shout out to the Witcher on these hoes. Not the Witcher, who happens to be on the hoes. The Witcher on these hoes. You gotta say the whole thing like a pimp named Slickback. The Witcher on these hoes. Shout out to the Witcher on these hoes. Yeah. Vibe Tribe. Now, let's talk about the Black Moon Lilith, and then the North Node, and then the numerology, and then I'll get into the top 5 real quick. Alright? It's gonna be a quick top 5. We can't dwell too long on toxicity. We might get sucked into it. If you fuck with me, I need you to let me know. If you don't, I see that too. I see it. And I'm taking it personal. Mars is in Cancer. I'm taking it personal. Mars is in Cancer in my 10th house, so I'm taking everything personal. I'm taking life personal. Motherfucker. Now, look, the Black Moon Lilith is at 13 degrees of Libra. So, this is where the cardinal sin is vanity. People are caught up in the appearance of things. This is where you might care a little bit too much about the aesthetic. This is where you're also very reactionary. That means you're not very assertive. You're waiting for something to react to or respond to. Right? You want somebody to tell you how to feel, show you how to feel, make you feel some type of way. And I know I can do it to you. This is also where how things look matters. And also how you look to other people is something that you might be concerned with. So that can make you inauthentic or disingenuine. Yeah. This is where you can be too friendly to a fault. And we'll talk more about that in a second. But yeah. This is where you might end up being a sucker for a pretty face. This is where you yourself might be smiling in somebody's face, but you know damn well you want to take their place. Yeah, I know you a backstabber. And I'll never stab you in the back. I'll just stab you from the back. Yeah, like that. I'll never behave either. Never. Never. Look, Vanessa always shows up for this shit. Vanessa, where you been anyway? Where the fuck you been, Vanessa? You disappeared for a couple weeks. You must have got in trouble. I know you don't be acting right. Yeah, he went there and said, "Who the fuck is Rodrigo?" We're gonna hit you. Who the fuck is Rodrigo? You said that's your motherfucking daddy. So you gotta tell him, nigga. If they say, "Who the fuck is Rodrigo?" you say, one thing you ain't gotta worry about is ever being him. You ain't him. Tell him that. Yeah. But yeah, life be life. I need some of y'all to hit the super sticker, super thanks to the super chat before I get mad and cut all this shit off. I ain't gonna do the top 5 if y'all don't fucking love me. Got my hair did just for y'all to come in here and insult me like this, knowing my shit luxurious than a bitch. Yeah. This ain't no goddamn wig. Hold up, don't ever disrespect me. You might be bald-headed, but I ain't fucking bald-headed. This ain't no fucking wig. This is a wig, you see me tugging this shit ain't going nowhere. This is a sew-in. This ain't no goddamn wig. For real. Try to project your bald-head Libra shit on me. Yeah, it's my mane, and I like to let my mane hang. But you better keep the main thing the main thing. Watch your motherfucking mouth. Maybe I'm just playing a character. The moon is in Leo. But I play it well. And I didn't want to do it to you. See, I have impeccable timing, don't I? Beats, don't I have impeccable timing, bro? It's almost like I be having this shit planned, but I'm just natural like that. I didn't want to have to do y'all like that. I didn't want to have to do it, baby. But that's lovely. Just be wary of not getting too caught up in appearances. Let's make sure we're not codependent either. And speaking of which, that means the South Node is also in Libra. 5 degrees of Libra, to be sure. So this is kind of natural for you to be worried about other people, to be concerned about what they think. It sometimes is just a part of the human process. To want to be a partner of a partnership. I see it on social media all the time. And it's been going on for years, but it's been really bad for the last year or so. Maybe a little bit over a year since the North Node has been in Libra. All motherfuckers say, I want my own person. I want this, I want that. Shut the fuck up. You need to be your own person. That's what you see them say on social media. I want my own person. I just want to be in bed by 9 o'clock, rubbing feet together. If you choose me, if you pick me, I'll do this. Shut your pick me ass up. This Libra energy is pick me ass energy. Shut the fuck up, bitch. I'm just being real. Like, I don't want to hear that shit. You need to be your own person. Separate from a relationship. If that comes, that's fine. But if you were more authentic and more genuine and you just kept it 1,000, you might find something that was real. But you got so much caught up in the appearance of things. You don't want to be in a relationship. You want to be seen in a relationship. Right. Now, when it comes to the North Node being in Aries, look, you just need to be authentic, genuine, action-oriented. You need to do whatever the fuck you need to do for you, regardless of what anybody else thinks about it. You just need to start walking, start doing. Take an action-oriented approach to life. Experience your truth as a motherfucking verb. That means don't just speak it, be it. Yeah. You just got to do what's right for you, and you're going to be forced to do such during this time. There's going to be some times where no matter how caught up you are in somebody else, you're going to be forced to worry about your motherfucking self, and you should. Worry about you, motherfucker. You spend way too much time worried about me, especially when you ain't paying me or sending no motherfucking super sticker, no super thanks, or no motherfucking super chats. The fuck you worried about me for then? I started this priceless knowledge shit, and this the motherfucking thanks I get. For real. Sick of y'all. See, I spoke a little too hard right there. My motherfucking hernia popped out. Sacrificing life and limb to be here for y'all. My motherfucking tissues are protruding through my abdomen. Not only my abdomen, my pelvis. And I'm here with y'all. Appreciate it, water bearer. You the only good nigga. You sent me $40 the other day. You didn't need to do that. Hey, the water bearer must be getting some money, y'all. I hate to put him on blast, but we just gonna judge off appearances since it's Lilith and Libra. The water burger. I'm sorry, bro. The water bearer got some money, y'all. He got some money, y'all. Them Aquariuses be having a little money too. You did. Them Aquariuses be having a little bit of money, and they're humanitarians. You did. He just don't want to be personal with your ass. He don't want to hear your sob story. He don't give a fuck. He just want he can let you move in as long as you don't try to hug him. You can live with him. He'll buy you food. He'll do all of that shit. Just don't tell him about your fucking problems or try to give him a hug or nothing, motherfucker. He don't want a hug. He don't like none of that shit. Don't tell him your personal life story. He will help you out. Just say you need help and he'll help you because he helps people that need help. Don't get fucking personal. And it ain't personal because he'll do that for anybody. That don't mean he like you because he was nice to you and he helped you out. He don't like you. He's the water bearer. I'm moving in. I'm moving in with my nigga soon. Cause I'm liable to get put out of my over here if I don't start behaving. If I didn't pay bills, I'd have been gone a long time ago. But I pay the bills around here. I pay the cost to be the boss. And ain't nobody running me up out of here. She's gonna come in here and tell me to stop hollering. Watch. I need to shut up when she bust in here and cuss me the fuck out. Oh, she's not even here. She's at the trunk or treat. Oh, yeah. I forgot she took my son to the trunk or treat, but yeah. I thought she was in there. I would have checked that shit if she was here, too, though. I would have said, who the fuck? But she would allow, y'all have heard her cuss me out before. She would bust in here and say, shut the fuck up. I'm trying to watch TV. And I can't even say I'm making no money. Like, man, I'm in here making some money. You better shut up. Let me practice a little bit. We're going to practice. It's Leo Moon. We're going to get into character. Hold up. I'm on fucking live. Don't bust in here with that bullshit no more. Shit. You see, ooh, that's what you gotta practice. We gotta hit it with it. We're gonna get to the top 5 in a minute, but we gotta get this right for a minute. What? Babe, I'm just playing on live, all right? You ain't gotta come in here yelling and cussing, okay? No, that's too soft. That's too soft. That's too soft. Who the fuck are you talking to? Have you started cooking dinner yet? What you need to worry about is them pots and pans in there. Don't worry about what the fuck I be doing. Yeah, that's what you gotta say. Oh, you gotta say that. Huh? Man, you don't run shit. Shit. I pay the bills around here. Did you take the dog out? All right. Go make me a motherfucking sandwich. That's what you got to tell a Capricorn. Go make me a motherfucking sandwich. Yeah. She'll talk so bad to me. I might still get cussed out if she sees this later. Like, I know you ain't in there playing. I know. Don't even play like that. She might tell me later on, motherfucker, don't even play like that. You know better than even play with me like that. You got to try to pump me in front of the whole world. I'm just trying to put on a show for this Leo moon. Or you got to get sweet on it. Come here, baby. I'm sorry. Give me a kiss. You know I love you. Yeah, when I get in there a little bit, you know what I'm going to do. Yeah, I got you. You think I can hit it with that? See how good my lips started looking after that? All right. I'm gonna behave for some of y'all get a little turned on. But yeah. You trying to... I'm just saying, I heard you, they said you was a bopper back in high school. Now she'll get mad at a bitch. What you gotta say? I heard you ain't talking about sucking no dick. tell her that shit right there. That's the Pisces rising type shit.
This is crazy.
Now look, let's talk about the numerology before we get into the top 5. We already been here for 3 hours. 3 hours. 3 horas. I think that was racist because I really didn't say nothing. I'm sorry, y'all. See, she speaks Spanish. She is Spanish. My kids speak a little bit. I speak a little bit, but I really don't be saying nothing. I like to talk a little. You know what I'm saying? I just like to put the right emphasis on it. Tu amor para siempre. All right, y'all. We finna behave. Hold on. All right, we finna get into the numerology. Then I have to go over here, let the dog out. Then we gonna come do the top 5. All right, I ain't gonna behave. I've been here for 3 hours. I was only supposed to be here for 3 hours, and I still haven't even done the top 5 because I've been bullshitting today. I've been having fun, but I've been bullshitting. I need a few more of y'all to hit the motherfucking super sticker, the super thanks, to the super chat. We need 2 more of y'all to send $9.99. Let's do that. Or we need 4 more of y'all to send $5.99. All right? Or we just need 1 of y'all right now to send $21. All right? That'll get us there. Then everything else will be to the good. Make sure we get that. For real. Make sure we get that. But before I got into this craziness, let's talk about the water bearer. Before I do anything else and I do the numerology, let's talk about the water bearer. My nigga got a little bit of money. I put him out there as an Aquarius, but he got a little bit of money. He says, I work hard, but he got a little bit of money, y'all. He might be in the streets. Yeah. He's Aquarius. I'm into tech. That's what he'll say. No, bro, I'm an Aquarius. I'm into tech. No, I've been doing online poker. That's some Aquarius shit. Nah, bro, I made my fortune doing online poker. I'm into tech. No, I'm really into design. Motherfucker can't. Motherfucking Aquarius can't spell for shit. None of them can. But them motherfuckers will be knowing how to put some shit together and invent some shit. Hey, you already know you on the list, Watkins Cat. No, you ain't on the list, I don't think. But we'll get to the top 5 in a minute. Don't try to rush me. That's what she's trying to come and do. She's on some old Capricorn stellium type shit. Let me get on her ass. She's an Aquarius, too. She don't want to hear me talking shit about Aquarius. But she also has that Capricorn stellium. She's trying to make me go to work. Did I miss the toxic list yet? No, you ain't trying to miss the toxic list. You trying to make me get to work is what you really trying to do. Is motherfucker, we don't want to do all this playing. Let's get to work. Either answer questions or start telling us the top 5, motherfucker. Look. Don't come in here trying to clown me in my place of business. Don't come in here playing. If you ain't gonna hit the super sticker, the super thanks, or the super chat, you sit there. Now anyway. The numerology of the day. We're in a 7 vibration. How do we get to the 7? It's October 25th, 2024. So October is the 10th month. 1 plus 0 is 1. You take that 1, you drop it down. There's no need to simplify it any further. It's the 25th. 2 plus 5 is 7. You take that 7, you drop it down. There's no need to simplify that any further. 2024. 2 plus 2 is 4, plus 4 is an 8. You take that 8, you drop it down. There's no need to simplify that any further. And so beyond that, you have 1 plus 7 plus 8. So 1 plus 7 is 8, plus 8 is 16. So we're in a 7 vibration, but there is a karmic debt 16 involved today, and that's an abuse of love. It's a lack of intimacy. Yeah. There's going to be some disloyal, distasteful, dishonest, dishonorable motherfuckers today. It's going on out here. You might be doing it yourself. And it's okay if you're doing it with me. But, I mean, unless we're doing it together, I'm going to have to condemn you. I appreciate the love, September Joy. We need about 3 more of y'all to do that right there. Follow suit. Stop playing with me right now before I get mad. Stop motherfucking playing with me. Yeah. It's kind of like a Venus day, but I don't look at it like that. I don't do Vedic numerology. No, 6 is a Venus in Vedic numerology. Friday is Venus day, so you are right. I'm tripping. Friday is Venus day. Venus day. But yeah, it says 16:7. So it's about introspection, isolation, spirituality, truth. Today is also a day of seriousness. I would say the 7 in numerology is kind of like a mix of Virgo and Sagittarius and Aquarius and maybe even a little Pisces energy, because it's about service. It's about consistency. It's about spirituality. It's about abundance. It's about love. It's about philanthropy. It's about humanitarianism. But it's also about forgiveness and unconditional love. No, that's the 9. I said that's the 7. That's the 9. I'm tripping. That's the 9. The 7, look, I got off track. You know, that's a 9. The 7 is like Sagittarius in Capricorn because it's very spiritual, but it's also very serious. Maybe even a touch of Pisces because it's so serious that it can be isolating. I got it mixed up, the 9 and the 7. But yeah, the 7 is introspective, deep, it's isolating, it's serious, but it's also searching. The 9 is all the other stuff I was just saying. But yeah, I fucked up. Players fuck up. It'll be all right. I'm glad I caught it, but yeah. But it's hard to stay cool when you fuck up like that. Like, I was acting so smooth. I was on my shit, and then I fucked up like that. Okay, I'm okay. I'll be all right. Oh, man. Hit the fucking like button. Yeah, searching for truth is the 7. Kind of smell. Oh no, it's good. It's good. Maybe I smelled my finger at first. I smelled my finger at first. The hair smelled fine, but that first time I smelled it, I think I caught a whiff of my finger. And I was like, what? So smelling a little resident-y. But yeah. Welcome to the stream. All right, this is what we finna do, y'all. I gotta go over here and let the dog out real fast. Let the dog out, push the hernia in. Then when I get back, we're gonna run through the top 5 very quick, and then we gotta go. We've been here for 190 minutes. So I need some of y'all to show some fucking appreciation. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. See, I thought I had got out of control fat, but I ain't really out of control fat. Just swole. Ah. All right, we good. Oh, we having a book club for a minute? Let's have a book club moment before we get into the top 5. Let's have a book club moment before we get into the PrIcElEs top 5 most toxic placements in astrology. And I think I've actually done this list before. We just didn't do these placements. All right. Or I said I had most toxic something. Maybe it was most toxic synastry or most toxic couples. Hey, what's up, Onyx Skies? Yeah, we there like that. But let me also say, toxicity has different degrees. And we have different definitions. And each one of these placements that are on this list are going to have their own definition of toxicity, their own level of fucked upness. Now, let me also say, there are 50 or 60 placements that could actually make this list. And any placement can be toxic. All right? But only these are in my top 5. And I do have one honorable mention that I'm actually adding now. I make the list out and I actually have the list written out, but I'm going to make this honorable mention. I got to speak on it. All right? Because I was just thinking about it. So I need a few more of y'all to hit the like button. I need you to go share this video on whatever platform you prefer. I need about 2 more of y'all to donate $4 or $5. Really, I need 3 more of y'all to donate $5 a piece, or 1 more of y'all to donate $15 to $20, and then we'll be done for the month. I ain't gonna say I don't want y'all to donate more, because you should, but I'm saying we'll meet our quota and I'll shut the fuck up about it. Anthony said, how many of my placements made the list? Because I always make sure I put some of my 2 of my placements are on the list. 2 of my placements are on the list. Does anybody want to guess which 2 they are before we get started? For those of y'all that know my placements, which one of my placements made the list? Do you want to guess? 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 This is going to be a quick list anyway. I got shit to do. I love Anne Rice's books, y'all. Just so you know. Gemini Lilith is not on the list, even though it could be. Venus and Leo is not on the list, even though it could be. Anne Rice's vampire series books are my favorite books. And my favorite book is Memnoch the Devil by Anne Rice. In that book, Lestat is confronted with Memnoch, who is the devil, basically. And he is shown all of creation from the beginning of time, or from the beginning of consciousness, or from the beginning of matter. It's not even consciousness, because matter didn't evolve consciously until sometime thereafter. But from the advent of substance, and then matter, and then consciousness, and then awareness. Because there's some creatures that are conscious, but they don't aware that they're not aware that they're conscious. But there is an awareness that comes with consciousness that is a very prominent part of intelligent creatures' evolution. And it's not just humans. When you look at a dog, you can tell that a dog is not only conscious, but it's aware. That's why dogs love to play. And if your dog doesn't love to play at some point, it's because you conditioned him like such. So raising and conditioning and love and affection actually helps that. Anthony said 8th house Lilith. No, Lilith is not on there. Liliths can all be toxic, but those are just small parts, and it's all toxic. So I excluded Lilith from the list just because any Lilith can be toxic. But yeah, man. Yeah, man. Have I not been so full of joy here lately, though, y'all? It's been refreshing. And I mean, it's not like my life is just ideal, but I've developed a positive perspective from all of it all. And I'm gonna be okay regardless, and I'm full of love. Uh, just for the whole experience. And so without further ado, let's get into the PrIcElEs top 5 most toxic placements in astrology. And before we get into the whole top 5, we have a whole honorable mention. And see, now you're disrespecting me. Pisces moon would never be toxic. Pisces moon is not toxic. It's beautiful and artistic, and angelic, and talented, and delusional, and addicted to drugs. Sexual without boundaries. Oh? But look, y'all, anyway, back to the books before I get into the top 5. Y'all was talking about books. I know I'm getting off track. We're going to get to the other stuff in a second. I love Anne Rice's books. Even her new book, she takes you to Atlantis and to aliens, and it's all a part of the Vampire Chronicles. So yeah, I love Anne Rice, but specifically the Vampire Chronicles. I like her Mayfair Witches series too. Talto, Slatcher, the Mayfair Witches as a whole. I'm not big fans of the TV shows because they deviate too far from the books, and I have so many grievances when it comes to Interview with the Vampire. But I love Anne Rice. When it comes to listening to books, I listen to Hank the Cowdog. Some of y'all don't know who Hank the Cowdog is, but I listen to Hank the Cowdog. Me and my family, me and my wife especially, even when it's just me and her, we listen to Hank the Cowdog. Hank the Cowdog. Hank the Cowdog, the head of Ranch Security. John R. Erickson. Stuff I grew up on, but that shit is hilarious. But yeah, I listen to Hank the Cowdog. It's great to listen to with your children, especially. Now, let's get into the PrIcElEs top 5 most toxic placements in astrology. So let's start with our only honorable mention. And the only honorable mention on our list of the PrIcElEs top 5 most toxic placements in astrology. This is Virgo moon. And it boils down to this when you're dealing with Virgo moons and even Virgo energy as a whole. Plain and simple, Virgo moons lack accountability. Yes, they can be critical, even of themselves, but they're not accountable. They see everything wrong with everything except their own fucked up ass ways. They think they're better than you. They overanalyze everything. They overthink everything. They take everything literally. And it's like they can suck the fun out of something. Like, why did you make that literal? Why is this work? Why does this have to be work? We were just talking. And they criticize everything and everybody. They see what's wrong with shit first. But I can say they're only an honorable mention because what they lack in imagination, they make up for in diligence and reliability. All right? And man, Virgo moons, they're toxic in a way that they can pick everything and everybody apart, and they can see what's wrong with everybody else, but a lot of times they forget how fucked up they are. And they can miss out on the good in a situation because they're focused on one small thing that's not working out favorably for them. Like, my son is a Virgo moon. I see it all the time. Like, we'll all be having a good time, and it's fine, but there could be one small thing that wasn't working out how he wanted it to. One small detail. And he'll let that fuck with him so much that it'll fuck up the whole time for everybody. Little sourpuss face ass. But yeah, man, it's just like, they notice everything. That shit is toxic. Like, man, it can be helpful too, but that shit is like where you notice everything. Shit. And it's not that toxic. That's why it's only an honorable mention. It's not that toxic, but it is in its own way. To lack accountability, to pick other people apart, dissect their lives, dissect their actions, to judge people so much. But you yourself to be so fucked up inside of yourself, that's a problem. Like, that's a problem. For you to notice what's wrong all the time. And Capricorns are the same way, but Virgo moons are worse because they notice everything. You can slip some shit by a Capricorn because they're worried about business. That shit don't matter. There's some shit that don't matter to Capricorns because it's, for them, it's not worth worrying about. It's not productive. Virgo moons don't give a fuck. They'll slow down everybody's production and everybody's progress and everybody's motherfucking life for worried about some little bitty small shit. So I gotta explain this shit to your ass again? Now everybody's day's ruined because you can't take a joke because you took something literally? You notice they put your burger in the wrong order? Pardon me. Yeah, I know. All of that. All of that is why Virgo moon is the only honorable mention on our list of our price list. Top 5 most toxic placements. And so getting to number 5, we're going to keep it on the moon. Number 5 on the list of the price list, top 5 most toxic placements in astrology. Leo moon. Because they're extra. People with Leo moon feel like every situation has to be specifically catered to them. And if they don't feel special, they're going to make it about them, especially. So you have to make special determinations just for them. Special accommodations just for them. When motherfuckers have Leo moons, they also exaggerate their emotional responses to stuff. Like, why the fuck did you blow that out of proportion? Because you're a Leo moon. Like, you could have addressed this privately, but you had to show your ass. Why? Because you're a Leo moon. Yeah, I know. And then sometimes they'll be tripping about shit for the show of it. It's really not that big of a deal to them, but they want to let everybody know this is how you're supposed to react. This is how I react. Their pride is involved. So yeah. Motherfucking Leo moon. And the drama. Like, you a fucking drama queen. I don't give a fuck if you're a dude and you're a Leo moon. You a fucking drama queen. You attract drama. You are drama. Like, why you gotta be so dramatic about everything? And then after every emotional reaction, it's like a motherfucker sitting there waiting for you to say, cut, scene, and take a bow. Because you done showed your ass again. You done acted out again, and you gonna act out. Stuff that motherfuckers usually are able to let go, you acting out. Then you have to ask yourself, are you acting out or are you truly expressing yourself? Because there's a thin line between that. And there's that conundrum that comes with having the moon in Leo. Is a lot of the times motherfuckers just feel like they have to give this exaggerated response to everything. But what they gotta do is ask themselves, is this how you really feel, or are you just pandering to the motherfucking audience? Is this just for show? Because that's another problem with Leo moons, people. They do shit just for show. Alright? And they can be the type of person who does stuff for other people because they know how it appears to other people. You get what I'm saying? It's a part of the character that they've created. It's not even because that's who they really are. They're not giving out of the goodness of their heart. They're helping people because they want to be looked at as somebody who helps people. They're helping people because it looks good on video. And then it's just like you had to turn this into an issue. You had to blow this up. You had to show your ass. And then even when it comes to other people, like it's like it can't be about somebody else. You got to make this about you. You'll cause a scene so that somebody else's marriage, somebody or their wedding day, somebody else's fucking funeral, somebody else's birthday ends up being about them. You done got into this issue. You done got in trouble. You done started some shit. You done started an argument. You done threw a fit. And now the person who's supposed to be having a special day can't have their special day because you done made it about your ass. You make everything about you. Yeah, we know, Leo moon. You make everything about you. Oh, now you crying. Now you causing a scene. It's like, man, when you step on the scene, it's got to be some extra shit. Because you yourself are an extra person. You need extra attention. You need extra accommodations. You have extra dramatic responses to everything. Your ass is extra. That's the toxicity of Leo moons. You had to show your ass, huh? You had to make this about you, didn't you? We knew you were gonna do it, and you did it. You make everything about you. That's how we do it. Leo moons is the type of kids, and I know because my moon is in the 5th house, so it's similar. But Leo moons are the type of kids that if it's their brother or sister's birthday, they're gonna do some shit, throw a fit, have some shit go on to where it takes away from their brother and sister's birthday. Bitch, it's my birthday too. And if it ain't my birthday too, guess what? Your birthday ain't gonna be that good because I'm finna make this day miserable. I'm finna get in trouble. I'm finna get in trouble. I'll be damned if you're the center of attention. It's gonna be about me. It is about me. This is the moon in Leo. But then, the drama. The drama. It's not only are you caught up in drama, but you yourself are a dramatic person. Bro, you're not doing that shit because that's how you feel. You're doing that shit because you want everybody to see you. Yeah, just be you. But it'll be all right. All of that is why Leo moon is number 5 on our list of the PrIcElEs top 5 most toxic placements in astrology. Let's talk about number 4. Number 4 on the list of the PrIcElEs top 5 most toxic placements in astrology. This is Venus in Gemini. And look, when it comes to Venus in Gemini, there's always some motherfucker, probably a Venus in Gemini, that's going to say, Venus and Geminis are not that bad. Not all of us are like that. But let's not fucking lie, because you all lie. Yes, the fuck y'all are. Yes, the fuck they are. Venus and Geminis are like that. They messy. They're dishonest. They're disloyal. They flirt with everybody and anybody. And they talk too motherfucking good. But they're only number 4 because that's also the same shit that makes them sexy than a motherfucker. Like, we can't get enough of your funky ass. And it's just a part of it, man. They're interesting people. They love interesting people. They want to do interesting shit. But the truth of the matter is, them motherfuckers ain't shit when it comes to relationship. They're toxic to be in a relationship with. It's chaos. Everything has to be stimulating. And if it ain't stimulating, this shit is getting bored, we're going to cause some mischief. We're going to create some issues. It's going to be some issues. They like to bicker. That shit's fun to them as long as it ain't boring. They'll bicker. They like to play with your head. That shit's fun. They have you thinking one thing, but it's really something else. They like to flirt. Oh, they like to flirt. And you can never lose sight of the flirtatiousness in a relationship with them. Because if not, they're going to go flirt with other people. Even if they're not cheating, they're going to go flirt with other motherfuckers. You don't hate lying. Here comes Ebony. I'm a Venus and Gemini. I hate doing this, and I'm not like this, and you like... No. You don't... You might hate bickering, but you hate lying. You don't hate lying. You don't hate cheating. I mean, and you might say you do, and you might feel like you do until somebody talks to you about your drawers. That's the problem with Venus and Gemini. You can talk them into anything. That's how toxic they are. They can talk you into anything, but you can also talk them into anything. You can get to talking to them, and you talk them right up out of their drawers, right up out of their relationship. That's what happens. You talk them, and they'll talk you out of yours too. But you talk them right up out of their relationship, right up out of their drawers. You just gotta know how to get with them on their level. Yeah. The Aries moon might make you interesting, impulsive. You trouble. The Aries moon, Venus and Gemini, you trouble. Hey, I need a few more of y'all to hit that super sticker, that super thanks, that super chat before I start talking about your placements. I'm on Venus and Gemini right now. But nah, our seriousness, they're just fickle in relationships. They're not reliable in relationships. They have toxic ass relationships. Not as toxic as our number 3 choice, but they definitely have some toxic interactions with other people. They talk too good. They're flirtatious. They fucking messy. They tell people's business. They like being in people's business. They like people in their business. They can say they don't, but they do. Unless it somehow falls in the 8th house, and then that's a different story. But yeah, they're just kind of like that. It's like, man, like, this shit is messy. It might not be as dramatic. It might not be as dramatic as Moon in Leo or even Venus in Leo, but it's like, it's messy. Like, this shit just got messy real fast. And sometimes you don't know how it got so messy. And for them, it's just simple fun. They were just talking, and they were just having fun, and shit just happened, and it's just how it goes. And sometimes you could almost believe it. They say it so well and so easily that you almost believe it. Like, yeah. But they're overall fickle people to deal with. And it's not for a reason. Like, other people's like, oh, Venus and Scorpio are just right because they have trust issues. Venus and Leo has issues with attention. Venus and Cancer has mommy issues or daddy issues with Venus and Capricorn or whatever you want to call it. But with Venus and Gemini, there's not a reason behind it. There's no reason behind the shit that they do. They do that shit because that's how they are. This is how it is. And they don't mean anything by it. You can almost excuse it. But it's just like, man, I wouldn't even think about that shit. They wouldn't even think, and they're thinkers. That's what's crazy. Is you'd be like, but you talk so much, you're a thinker, you're so... But they weren't thinking about that shit. They were just keeping it interesting, keeping it light. And they like to keep it light. They don't like relationships to get too serious with people. Like, they don't want shit to get too serious for people. They'll start getting fucked up. They like, this shit is getting hot. This shit it's not the same as Aquarius. Aquarius doesn't want to get too involved or to be what's the word? Obligated. Sagittarius more or less wants to keep their options open. That's the thing with Sagittarius. For them, they if something better comes along, they were. But Venus and Gemini is just like, this shit ain't gonna be bored. There's no method to it. They're fickle people to deal with. And that's what it boils down to with them. Fickle. Fickleness. Their toxicity is fickle. And they're messy. Being in a relationship with them is gonna result in some mess sometimes. Whether it's from them telling your business or them being in somebody else's business or you being in somebody else's business. So that shit got to be stimulating. And sometimes they get into some messy shit just because they didn't got involved in some shit because they was bored. Or they was talking to the wrong person and got caught up in the wrong conversation at the wrong time. Like, damn. It's like situations where like, man, I shouldn't have even been talking to that motherfucker. I mean, that's what happens. Like, it starts with a conversation with them. Everything starts with conversation. It's not Mercury and Gemini where it's a thought. For them, it starts with a conversation with another person because this is Venus. So it involves other people. And so it's like, man, I shouldn't even been talking to that motherfucker in the first place. But now that you're talking to that person, you're now involved. And once you're involved, you're thus responsible for such. So Venus and Gemini are fickle people to deal with in general. And they're fun. Stimulating. But fucking fickle. Fickle. But that's also why they so fucking sexy. You fucking sexy ain't shit, motherfucker. Come do me bad. Now, all of that is why Venus and Gemini is number 4 on the list of the PrIcElEs top 5 most toxic placements in astrology. Now let's get to number 3. Number 3 on the list of the PrIcElEs top 5 most toxic placements in astrology. Libra rising, my own placement. And so, let's be real. Libra risings are some of the fakest, fence riding, manipulative, politic playing, two-faced, smile in your face but want to take your place motherfuckers in the whole motherfucking world. And that's just the start of it. Because we can't forget how much relationship drama they cause. That's Aries in the 7th house is a motherfucker. Like, man, they have toxic ass relationships. Sometimes abusive relationships, other times just toxic. They like it a little bit. It's like in their relationships is where that most aggressive side comes out. Or they bring the most aggressive side out of other people. So yeah, man. Libra risings are fucking toxic. And Libra risings are not straight up. They can be pleasant. I'm pleasant. I have a pleasant personality. I have a lot of charisma. I'm pleasant. I'm nice. But some of that shit right there is just presentation. See, that's the thing. Aries rising is real. Once you're Aries rising, them motherfuckers are straight. That's what you see is what you get. With Libra rising, it's not what you see is what you get. What you see is what you see, and what you get might be something completely different. The presentation is a motherfucker. But relationships are real toxic for Libra risings. And Libra risings can be two-faced. They can fence ride. They like to call it being objective, keeping it real. But the truth of the matter is, they don't know how to feel. They do see it objective. So they don't know how to feel about a situation. And they don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. So they're going to lie. I don't want to fuck you up, so I'm going to lie to you. I don't want you to get mad at me, so I'm going to lie to you. See, that's Libra rising right there. We're going to smooth this shit over. We're not going to fix it. See, that's Virgo. We're going to smooth this shit over. We're not going to kill it. That's Scorpio. Now, we're just going to clean it up, make it look nice. We don't care if it's still fucked up. We're just going to clean it up, make it look nice. I don't know how many days I'm fucked up inside, but I go look in the mirror, right? I see myself. I see how fly I look. I see my skin looking good. I see myself glow, and I say, hey, man, you going to be all right. It don't matter what it really is. It's the appearance. You going to be all motherfucking right. And then I limp up out of the bathroom. Yeah. Yeah. You could be a friend to nobody, but an enemy to no one. Yeah. I refuse to be anybody's enemy, but I'm also not your friend. No. My status is yet to be defined. So all of that is Libra rising. Hold up, somebody's messaging me. Hey! Hold up, I gotta get this right here. What did Mom get me?
A Big Mac.
The chicken one?
All I heard was Big Mac.
Where's she at?
Taking out the dog.
Wait, why you get dressed like that? Where'd you go?
I went to my store because there was a trunk treat that there was candy in people's trunk that we could like grab it out of, and I got a potato and a lot more candy.
They gave you a potato.
But I got candy also.
Wait, come here. Come here. This is some bullshit.
They gave me one. I got one potato and the whole other.
You went to a trunk or treat for candy, and these mother people, I didn't say the word. They gave you a potato.
Yeah, there was potato, so I grabbed one, and it was a tiny one.
Why would you take a potato?
Cause the tiny potato looks so cute.
The tiny potato looks so cute.
Yeah, hold on, I'll show you.
I would never want. When I was a little boy, I wouldn't want nothing cute. Don't bring me no fucking cute shit. I'm a little fucking boy. I don't like cute shit.
Yeah, like a potato.
Hold up, me, that's my baby. We're about to get back to the top 5. Man, that's a little. Why would they give you a potato?
I don't know. So I got a potato and I got a lot of candy. I got M&M's, Skittles, gummy Skittles.
And candy is your favorite thing in the whole world?
Yeah, and I got potato.
All right, I'll be in there in a minute.
Yeah.
Mama said my food's getting cold. I gotta hurry up. That's my baby. Now let's get to number 2. Number 2 on the list of the price list, top 5 most toxic placements in astrology. It's another one of my placements. This could be number 1. This is Mercury in Leo. I've seen it too many times. Not just for me personally, but me seeing other Mercury and Leo people. This boils down to raw, unfiltered, foolish, egotistical pride. And his attitude. His attitude. When you have Mercury and Leo, being right is way more important than being righteous. That's the truth. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. If I'm right, I'm finna fucking tell your ass I'm right. I'm finna rub it in your face. I'm finna treat you like you fucking stupid. You fucking dumb bitch. You should have never tried to think you were smarter than me. Now, I mean, that's the Mercury and Leo shit. Like, bitch, I know you ain't arguing with me. I know you ain't arguing with me. You didn't pass 3rd grade and you think you can tell me something? If you don't shut your stupid ass. And I don't mean to be like that, but I'll start tripping with like my ego gets involved and I'm fucking rude and fucking arrogant, egotistical. Like, bitch, I know you ain't fucking. I'm the professional. You think you telling me some shit? If you don't shut the fuck up talking to me. Like, for real. You know. When you see Mercury and Leo, this is when a motherfucker talks over you. And then tries to walk all over you. And stays ready to die on any hill. Like, oh man, I don't know how many times I've been humbled because I'm arguing about some shit. Like, I'd be arguing about some shit, and then the motherfucker would straight up humble my ass, and now I'm sitting there fucking dead on that motherfucking hill, and ain't nobody coming to get my body. I turned into a fucking daisy, and my energy transmuted into something else, and then I grew into a tree, and then that tree died, and then I grew back into a human again. But yeah, for me, being right is way more important than being righteous. Motherfucker, I'm gonna prove that I'm right. And if I can't prove that I'm right, I'm gonna still prove you wrong. Bitch, you wrong and you stupid. Motherfucker, you would never be as smart as me. That's what's wrong with Mercury. Like, motherfucker, you don't know what the fuck you talking about. Like, and people with Mercury and Leo forget that Mercury falls in, and well, really Mercury would in some cases fall in Pisces, but because Mercury is considered exalted technically in Virgo, but there is an iteration where Mercury is exalted in Aquarius. Some people say Mercury could never be exalted in a fixed sign, but I would say Mercury is exalted in Aquarius and it falls in Leo. But if, because of that foolish pride, that attitude that's created from that foolish pride, oh, yes, I speak well. Yes, I don't just say shit. I state that shit. Yes, I'm intelligent, but once I think I know something, there's no way for me to learn any more about it. So how could I see my knowledge evolve or grow? Because now I think I'm the authority in this shit. I'm the motherfucking authority in this shit. This is Mercury and Leo. Foolish, egotistical, toxic pride. Now, number 1. Numero uno on the list of the PrIcElEs top 5 most toxic placements in astrology. This is Scorpio suns. Oh, we all know some or know one. And here's the problem with Scorpio suns. Scorpio suns have trust issues with life. Not just with other people, but with life. Because they know how messed up they are. Oh, I know. I know. And they take everything to extremes. They either do nothing or they take it too fucking far. And everything is so fucking intense for them. Like, bitch. And they're sneaky. Not as sneaky as Scorpio moons, pardon me. But they're sneaky. And they're obsessive. And here's the one that people don't speak of with Scorpio suns, they're jealous. Jealous. They're fucking jealousy. They're envious. They envy what other people have. They want what other people have. They'll obsess about it. They'll fucking eliminate your ass. They'll sneak your shit. They'll fucking go behind you. They'll fucking exploit your weaknesses. That jealousy. But it's sexy though, right? Yeah, that's the. It's sexy though, ain't it? But yeah, man, the motherfucking Scorpio suns. They don't trust life because they know how fucked up they are. And they might hide it well. You do have some really cutely buttoned up Scorpio suns, but inside of them, they're intense, they're extreme, they're fucking super sexual. They make everything fucking sexual. And not in a straight up way like Aries. Like Aries is just horny. Right? Sometimes you can dismiss that. When you're dealing with Aries, Aries is just horny and they got it honest. Just a second.
It's gonna get cold.
I saw the text. Hey, did you get the chicken one?
No.
That's what I wanted. See? See? But yeah, man. They're obsessive and they're fucking jealous. I'm mad. I'm gonna throw a fit like a baby. The moon is in Leo. I'm finna go. I'm scared too, but I can do it to y'all. See, I wanted the chicken Big Mac, the KaiSenat chicken Big Mac. I'm trying to be like these young kids. I'm trying to eat my burger while I stream and say ba 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 ba. But now I gotta eat this regular Big Mac. Got me a fucking regular Big Mac, and you know I wanted to be treated special. I wanted that chicken Big Mac. You know what? Thank you, babe. I'm a Libra rising, so I'm just gonna give you dirty looks. Now I'm just gonna drop ice cubes and put them in your drink now for the rest of the night. I'm not gonna address it straight up. I'm a Libra rising. I'm not gonna tell you I don't like it. What I'm gonna do is huff and puff. I'm a Cancer. I'm gonna huff and puff and walk around this bitch and roll my eyes at you. You got me fucked up. Should have got me the motherfucking chicken Big Mac that I asked for, but since you didn't, I'm gonna eat this one. But I will be huffing and puffing. I will sigh a lot. Say, I will smack my lips like that until you ask me what's wrong. Nothing. No, what's wrong? I just wanted the chicken Big Mac, babe. That's it. But next time you can get it. See, I spent my motherfucking money and got you a fucking Big Mac, and it's sitting here cold, and you already been talking this whole fucking time. You in there talking to them girls all fucking live, and you better got paid for that shit. All right, y'all, before we go real quick. We only got 6 minutes anyway. I gotta go anyway, for real. I need a few more y'all to hit that fucking super sticker, super thanks, or super chat. I need somebody to hit it with $15 right fucking now before we go. So we'll be all right for next week. Because I need to hit this quota, man. Stop playing with me. I need to hit this quota. And I'm about, I don't know, $15 from that quota. But yeah, should have brought me this regular ass Big Mac. I think I want a regular Big Mac. I want the chicken Big Mac with the big chicken nuggies on there. I'm just gonna go to, or I'll just go there and say, you know what, I'm gonna go. What, you gotta go in there and don't say nothing to her. She said, where are you going? I said, I'm gonna go to McDonald's. Why? Because I wanted the chicken Big Mac, babe. So you're just gonna waste my money? I'll just throw it to the fucking dog. And see, I'm playing all this shit out. It's giving me the courage I need to go in there and show my ass. I'm finna pull up in the motherfucking McDonald's and say, ba 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 ba. I'm loving it. Yeah, bitch, give me the chicken Big Mac, the Big Mac, the big nuggies. All right, let's review this real quick before we go. The only honorable mention was Virgo moon. And look, plain and simple, Virgo moons lack accountability. They see everything wrong with everything except their own fucked up ways. Or they overanalyze situations. They take everything literally. And like they're always trying to fix other people's lives. And they're always trying to take care of it. And they can see the problems in everything. But when are they going to work on them? And they notice everything. And they notice what's wrong with everything. Especially what's wrong with you. Somehow they miss what's wrong with them, though. They're not highly self-critical like Virgo suns. Or even Virgo risings. No, Virgo moons, they're critical of the world around them. Because inside of them, they see perfection. And it ain't. We know it ain't. We know it ain't. We know you got IBS. Yeah. We know your guts is weak. We know you lactose intolerant. We know you can't take it because as soon as somebody starts picking up, pointing out your discrepancies, not just those that I was playing about, but your discrepancies. Oh, now you finna fall. Now you finna have a fucking breakdown. Now my anxiety's kicking in. I have a headache. Please leave me alone. My stomach hurts. I'm gonna dookie. Shut the fuck up. That's Virgo moons. Now, number 5 on our list of the PrIcElEs top 5 most toxic placements in astrology. This was Leo moons because they're extra. They exaggerate. They do shit for show. They show they ass. They create drama. They are dramatic. They make everything about them. And even if it ain't about them, they're going to make it about them. Yes, they're cool and they're entertaining and all that shit, but they're also fucking goofy. Like, what? Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me, fool. Say, fool. Stop playing with me. Now, number 4 on the list of the PrIcElEs top 5 most toxic placements in astrology. This was Venus and Gemini. And that's because they're fickle. They're fickle people to deal with. And there's always going to be some motherfucker, probably a Venus and Gemini, like Ebony. So you're saying, oh, we not that bad. I ain't, but yes, they are. They messy. They dishonest. They disloyal. They flirt with everybody. They talk too motherfucking good. But that's also why they so motherfucking sexy. That's why I fall for it every time. Lie to me. Tell me everything I want to hear. Tell me how fine I am right now. Tell me my hair look good. Tell me it's big, baby. And they'll tell you. But then they'll leave your ass and cheat on your ass. Lie to you. Scam your ass. Number 3 on your list of the PrIcElEs top 5 most toxic placements in astrology is Libra rising. Because, let's be real, even as a Libra rising myself, Libra risings are some of the fakest, fence-riding, manipulative, politic-playing, two-faced, smiling in your face, but want to take your place ass motherfuckers in the world. And let's not forget all of the relationship bullshit that they bring the most aggressive side of other people. And then they be great and nice to everybody in the whole world, except when they're in a relationship with somebody, they treat them like shit and be ready to leave their ass and ready to cheat and ready to fuck up. Like, goddamn. And what you see is not what you get with Libra rising. They know how to present themselves very well, but the actual character might be something completely different than that. See, that's the truth. Sometimes you get past the presentation of Libra rising and you realize this ain't nothing. Not only is it not what you expected, but this is nothing at all. This is nothing. Now, number 2 on the list of the PrIcElEs top 5 most toxic placements in astrology, this was Mercury and Leo. And that boils down to unfiltered, foolish, egotistical pride. And that boils down to the fact that when it comes to Mercury and Leo, being right is more important than being righteous. They got that pompous attitude. They think they know more than you. Matter of fact, it's not just about knowing more than you. They think you're stupid. Stupido. And then number 1 on the list of the PrIcElEs top 5 most toxic placements in astrology. This is Scorpio sun. And that's because them motherfuckers have trust issues because they know how messed up they are. And everything's extreme with them. And everything is more intense than it has to be with them. And they're super sexual about everything. They might not say it openly, but they are. It's not pure horniness like Aries, where it's like, oh, they got it honest, they're just horny like a little dog. Or no. This is a devious, dangerous motherfucker that really wants things, that really covets. They also have jealousy and envy, and that can be a problem. They can envy you. They can be jealous of you. They can want to destroy you. They can just develop a dislike for you that turns into hate that makes them want your destruction. So yeah, we're about to go. I love y'all. I appreciate your support. We're out.